morning, everyone. Please stand and raise your right hand. Welcome to the Magistrate hearing for February 29th, 2024. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Silence all electronic devices, please. Paulette's ready? Yes, she's ready.
Good morning. Our first case is on page 31. Inspector Paulette DeGrosso, case number CE 23030618. Case address 1238 Northeast 17th Way. Owner Marcus Shepek. This case was first heard 11/30/23 to comply by 1/4/24. One section not complied at $50 per day, $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. This property was initially inspected on March 18th and cited for the following violation: 47-2013B. There is gravel on the swale area of this RC15 residentially zoned property that exceeds the allotted 40% of the length of the property line to the right-of-way. As of today, a right-of-way permit has been filed and is under review. The permit seeks to pave 18 feet of the swale with gravel. Therefore, the city requests full imposition of fines.
Good morning. It's your opportunity to speak now.
I'm not sure what the...
Can you state your name, please, sir?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do I need to push this? Or?
Yes, please.
My name is Marcus Chapek.
So the city is seeking $2,800 be imposed. And so it's your opportunity to explain why there was a delay getting into compliance,
I understand. The delay in getting in compliance was simply just problems with life and all of that. The main issue I have with this violation is that the gravel does not exceed the 40% of my lot line. My lot line is 61 feet, and 40% would be 24 feet, and that gravel area is only 18 feet. And so by that, I'm not in violation of this code, and I have since applied for a permit. I haven't submitted the final documents to have the affidavits notarized by clerks at the specific development services department, but I have began the application process for the permit because I would like to have a nice paved area for my vehicle to be parked on regardless.
What took so long though? Because you had a March 18th violation and now we're in February 2024, so we're almost a year later and now you're finally getting in.
Your Honor, I spoke with the owner back last April and I explained that he's been parking on the swale and created a gravel area that isn't in compliance because there was never a right-of-way permit applied for. The neighbors have complained that he was parking on the lawn, which is more or less inaccurate because there is some kind of paving there. I don't know the specifics of the length of the gravel area that he's now raising, but since last April, I've been in no communication with the owner. There was a notice of hearing posted on site. There's been ample time to get in touch with me to raise any concerns about the specifics of the ordinance he's being cited under, and that's why the city maintains the position of imposing the full amount of the fines.
Good morning, Magistrate. Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. So when we first, this first case was first opened, We did look at the specifics. We can go back over the specifics again for it as far as it exceeding the 40% of the length of the property parallel to the right-of-way. A permit should have been applied for any type of alteration to the city right-of-way. But we did look at the specifics prior and went over it with engineering and zoning. We definitely don't have an issue with a stay of fines. If he's saying that he can have plans or something to show that it does not exceed 40% parallel of the right-of-way. However, he would still need to go through the permitting process.
Your Honor, is it the burden of proof on the respondent to see if the violation is just or not, or is it the burden of the city?
Your Honor, just, and for the record, Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. This is a Massey hearing, so the violation has already been found valid and to have existed.
Right, at this point, it's whether or not the fines are fair or not, really, because they've already established that you were in violation. You never objected to it. It's been some time now. So at this point, just determine whether or not the amount of fines is accurate or not, really. That's all this hearing is all about at this point. It's a Massey hearing. So you're agreeable to a stay, is what you're saying?
I will leave that if the attorney wants to go ahead with the imposition, being that he has, as she stated, that at the first hearing would have been his time to argue the point that the violation was inaccurate. If he hasn't, then we will ask for the imposition, and then once he comes into compliance, at that time we can address the fines.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna so enter that so that there'll be an imposition of fines then of the $2,800, and we can, once you're in compliance, I guess, revisit the amount.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the fines are being imposed. They're being imposed. Once you're in compliance, I guess, does he appeal it or just for mitigation? I don't know.
Once he's in compliance, he can then go through the lien amnesty program for any type of fines that has accrued.
Okay, so I'm going to impose the fines of $2,800, and once you're in compliance, you can go to the city's amnesty program that they have.
Okay, how do I get some paperwork from somebody to?
You'll get a final, yes, you get a final order in the mail that will be sent to you, and then after you came into compliance, we'll send you the information as to how you can go forward as far as the lien amnesty program. But you'll get your final order in the mail from this hearing here.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 13, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2309-0472, case address 1650 North Dixie Highway, owner Angela V. Rizzarbato. This was posted at the property 12524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good morning, everyone. Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230-90472. The address is 1650 North Dixie Highway. I inspected the property on September 16, 2023, and cited for the following violations. Violation 9-308, complied. Violation 9-306, complied. Violation 47-21.16 alpha, complied. Violation 18-12, complied. 18.1, complied. Violation 9-305, complied. Violation 9-280, complied. Violation 9-305, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover to include the swale. Inspection report was posted on the property on October 8, 2023. A copy was mailed to the owner, listed on BCPA via first-class mail. Re-inspected December 18, 2023. Posted for special magistrate on February 8, 2024. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 28th and found the violation not complied, 9-305, and I would like to submit the case file and photos to the court. The 9-305 hasn't been complied with yet, ma'am.
Okay, so what is the city seeking then?
Seeking for fines to start.
This is a new case.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to give them 20. I'm sorry. Forgive me. We're going to give them 28 days to comply. If they don't, after that, we'll want them to reappear to court.
Okay, and what's the fine?
The fine of $50 per day.
Just for clarity, Magistrate Supervisor Bass with the City of Fort Lauderdale, for the one section that's not complied, just for clarity, it's 28 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name.
Angela Riserbato.
Okay. This is your opportunity to respond to the violation.
I've been working on the house. There was a series of situations. I got the house tinted and all my plants got killed or removed, and that caused my house to reveal a lot of dirt and grime. And so I've been working on it to repaint and repair and put in new grass. On the swale, there is some ground cover. I'm going to get some more.
Okay.
Put it in.
Okay. Well, there's one section of the code that you're not in compliance with, so I'm going to give you a compliance date of March 28, 2024, or a fine of $50 a day, and an order to reappear as well on March 28, 2024. Okay?
So when would the fine start?
If you're not in compliance, it'll start March 28, 2024. You have
Okay.
28 days to get into compliance.
And what kind of ground cover do I need to put in there? Like plants or grass? I mean, there was never grass there.
I'll have the city respond to that.
I'll get with you after the hearing, and we can talk about that, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 36, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 23060733, case address 1343 Northwest 13th Avenue, owner Jeffrey Taylor. This case was first heard 9/28/23 to comply by 10/26/23 and 11/30/23. 4 sections not complied at $25 per day, $9,975 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read. This case was first heard in September 28, 2023. And the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 28 days to correct all violations at this property. And violation 18-4C was ordered, for violation 18-4C, the owner was ordered 28 days to correct that violation with a fine of $25 a day each day thereafter. And for all other remaining violations, the property owner was ordered 63 days to correct all violations with a fine of $25 a day each day thereafter. The judge also had ordered a mandatory reappearance at the 11/30/2023 special magistrate hearing, which was pushed back to this hearing today. And the city is actually going to request that all fines to be imposed.
Please state your name.
Jeffrey Taylor.
Okay. This is your opportunity to respond, sir.
Okay. On the onset, I just got the property. My mom is ill. Actually, I'm hoping to rush out of here to get her released from rehab. I just got the property probably a few months before September, as she's ill and can't maintain the property. I don't live here currently. I'm in the process of moving back, but when I do come, I do have to take care of my mom and the property. Thus, the first hearing, I said, I need to take care of my mother. Life happens. I don't live here. Mom's ill. Granddaughters have a rare blood disorder. I have to take care of myself. So when I come here, I'm inundated with all this. I did enter in contract with a developer, Omni Development Services, which I lost thousands of dollars, and the city should be aware that the proprietor has been arrested and there's plenty of cases against him. So I did make an attempt to get everything done. The little stuff that you want done, there's a whole lot more underlying issues that needs to get taken care of. So for me to put a bandage on what you want done, the house is still in disarray.
Have you reached out to the inspector to try to work with him?
I have, and I called him. That's why the first hearing I called and said I need an extension because now my granddaughter is deathly ill. She's made a turn, but she was, it's a rare blood disorder. Mom is continually in and out of the hospital with heart issues. So, to be honest, what's more important, when I make a phone call, called the city, they said, we're only concerned with the compliance and not the fines. All that stuff is from a lady that's 80 years old, that's been in this house 50 years, and did the best she could do. She's never been late on her taxes or her insurance. Now when she's at need, we're coming up with all these fines because now it's upon me. And I've expressed this to both of your investigator and his supervisor. So I don't know what you guys want me to do.
Well, how much time do you need to get in compliance, sir? I mean, the city wants you to...
I have entered in a contract with, and they should be getting things done. The roof, the AC just went out, so I can't bring my 80-year-old mother in there with no AC in Florida. So these fines are going to take away from stuff that I need to make my mother comfortable in her house.
Okay, so how much time do you need? The city just wants compliance. How much time are you going to need to get into compliance?
I agree with you. I have entered in the contract with the PACE program. They're going to start getting the roof done, and I still have to get that tree that you failed to mention that's tearing up the driveway and the property. The grass can't grow because the tree is killing the grass. So I have to take care of the tree. I have to get rid of the tree before I can address the sod issue or anything else.
Sir, what about the derelict vehicle? That's something that, that's been in non-compliance
for
for
a minute. But a friend of mine, a military buddy of mine, his brother left him that. I don't know, that just got there because Mom just got a new recliner. So I don't who brought it out there. I just have to make sure it gets out and get dumped. But the car is a buddy of mine, who's a military buddy of mine. His mom, he just buried his mother. So in this whole concept, my life has been, hey, I got to take care of what I got to take care of, and family is number one.
We understand. We're trying to just see which of these violations, like this car, it could be removed. Certain things could be done.
It can be.
And it doesn't take 126 days to move the car.
But I don't have the information to remove it. So like I said, my buddy has a title. You can't put it in storage without a title. Right? No, you
know.
don't
I don't
know,
know derelict
but I
vehicles.
do. When I call storage units and they say we need a title, because you just can't store a vehicle without proof that you own it. Because you can store a stolen vehicle, correct? That's what they tell me. So I call my buddy. Hey, send me the title. Mom's ill. He throws his back out. Mom dies.
But all you have to do is move it onto the driveway. You're parked right now on the
driveway. It's on the driveway.
No, it's not. You're being cited because it's on the grass and lawn area.
Okay, if you go back, your
And there's flat
supervisor
tires.
Oh, there's flat tires. Okay.
has looked at the satellite pictures when I parked the vehicle. Though the grass has grown over into it and the dirt seemed like it's underneath, it was actually parked on the driveway.
Okay, so it's a derelict cars. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's no longer drivable, so that's why.
Right. And it's not in the driveway, but
But
There's
now
flat tires.
I can get the vehicle taken care of because now I have, in the interim of this stuff, I had to go take care of myself. So now I got my retirement. I can take care of the vehicle. But all this stuff has been happening, and this is just more stress on top of what I told you guys from the beginning. I have to take care of my mother, and things happen. It's not like I'm going to leave the house like it is. Just give me time to take care of it.
Supervisor Vaz for the City of Fort Lauderdale Magistrate. The respondent still has not gave us a time frame as we've requested of how much time is this going to take to get into compliance.
I just entered into contract with Pace. They're going to start pulling. That roof got to get done. You want me to put a bandage on this and a bandage on that?
But you're asking for additional time, but you're not telling us how much time. So, we need to give you a time frame because that's what the city does. They want compliance, and you had a compliance date. You didn't comply, so they're asking you how much more time do you need? You need to give us a time frame.
Okay.
and your plan. So
My plan.
I understand, like with the derelict vehicle, I'm sorry, sir, but that's something that's easily addressed. So, and I appreciate that it's your friends and his mother passed. It's obviously a very sad situation, but the car needs to be moved. It's been there, again, there was compliance, so it's been there for months.
Yes.
So his mom has passed. I understand he's grieving. I appreciate that and understand that. What's his plan, though? Now that
Now I can move the vehicle.
he's not taking care of his mother,
Now I can move the vehicle.
correct? And so the issue is, how much time
Give
do
me
you
28
need?
days to move the vehicle.
Okay, there you go.
So the city is not opposed to a stay of time for 28 days.
And like I said, the roof and the AC got to get taken care of first, which I've entered into contract, the windows and doors, and then the tree got to be removed before I can go to the lawn.
So,
I put
Your Honor,
lawn in-
and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My suggestion, Your Honor, would be perhaps a stay of fines, a 28-day extension, and then a mandatory reappearance to see if the vehicle's been removed, and maybe you'll have a better idea with the PACE program of their plan of action and their timeline in a month. Do you think they'll give you you'll have a better handle on the schedule of work in a month?
Sure. But I would appeal to you that I'm not required to come here. You can do it
I'm
on
just-
Zoom or however you like, because
No, you're not required. I was trying to be helpful. I mean, we don't have to have you come back. I was, again, trying to be helpful with the suggestion so you could update us. Otherwise, we can just say it's a 28-day extension and the fines will start back.
Okay.
I mean, it's up to you.
I appreciate that.
I'm trying to
So,
be helpful.
so what is? Do you want to come back, or you want us to give a new compliance date? I mean, it was to help you.
Okay, so things are going to get done here within the next month, right? So if things are getting done and the permits are being pulled, then I can just communicate with
Officer Exentis.
Officer Exentis.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
well,
fine.
you're
The
asking.
respondent needs to understand, Magistrate, that in 28 days, if it's not complied without an order to reappear, the fines are going to start accruing again, and then they won't stop until he's in compliance. So his best option was what the senior attorney just suggested, which was for an order to reappear.
Okay. So the stay of fines is for 9-304B and 18-4C. Is that what? It's for all of them, the stay of fines? Okay. All right. I will grant a stay of fines on all of the violations until March 28, 2024. And then I'm also doing an order to repair March 28, 2024. Okay, so you need to come back March 28, 2024. We're stopping the fines today until March 28, 2024. At the March 28th hearing, at that point, you'll have a progress report, tell us what's going on, and stay in contact with the inspector so that we can see that you're making progress and hopefully give you new compliance dates so the fines don't start. Obviously, if you're not making progress, the fines will start. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 40. Inspector Bernstein Seinbert, case number CE 23050571, case address 2401 Northeast 32nd Avenue, owner Kurt A. and Amy A. Weiss. This case was first heard 10/26/23 to comply by 125/24. One section not complied at $25 per day, $875 accrued. The fines continue to accrue. This is a request for an extension.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case CE 23050571, property address 2401 Northeast 32nd Ave. I inspected this property on October 26, 2023 and cited for the following violations. Section 47-19.3 F4. The seawall at this property is in disrepair. All property owners must maintain their seawalls in good repair. A seawall is presumed to be in disrepair if it allows for upland erosion, transfer of material through the seawall, or allow tidal water to flow unimpeded through the seawall to adjacent properties or the public right-of-way. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 23, 2024, and the city did find the permit BLD-BDSP-23120014, installing new seawall / boat lift pile permit. That permit was submitted on December 20, 2023. The property owner did obtain the seawall permit prior to the fines accruing. This case was supposed to be on the January agenda. Unfortunately, it was not in the agenda. Therefore, the city is requesting a stay of fines and allow 365 days to comply, 365 days for the completion of the seawall, and then the city will then, after the completion of the seawall, we can go back and reduce the fine to zero.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Kurt Weiss.
Anything, are you in agreement?
No, I have nothing. Yeah, I mean, I've been following everything I was supposed to do.
Okay.
I've done it on time, so you guys made a mistake somehow with starting to fine me when the first thing I was told last Zoom meeting, which was back on 360. Yeah, that I told you guys I had already had a contract with the seawall contractor, and then you guys told me I was able to, and they had submitted the permits, and so I already even have the permits, so I don't even know why I'm here. Is the bottom line. Like Bernstein said, I sent him everything. He's seen everything. So
why
this
is the city asking for a stay of fines? They should be a waiver of the fines. Right. They should have never started unless there's something I'm missing here.
Agreed.
Supervisor have asked for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Just from my experience on seawalls, I'm not familiar with this one particular case. However, once it's found that a seawall is in disrepair, they have 60 days to show forward progress by obtaining the permit. Once they show forward progress by obtaining the permit, they actually have 365 days from the date that the violation first existed for them to come into compliance. So it's not 365 days from them obtaining the permit. It's 365 days once we first saw that the violation existed. So my question would be, did he have his permit prior to the 60 days that he was supposed to have it?
At the hearing, we did spoke to Kurt, the owner, and the magistrate did give him I believe, 91 days to obtain the permit or the fines will start. What happens is we were supposed to add Kurt, the owner, that case to the January agenda. Unfortunately, somehow, some way, the case didn't get put on the January agenda so we can stop the fines because he did pull the permit prior to the fine started. So I'm not sure if we can, based on the, I'm not sure based on the magistrate.
That's not a problem. We can go back and look at the case. If the permit was actually not applied for, but it was actually obtained prior to the 60 days, we'll stop the fines from that. We'll backdate the compliance date. That way it will negate the fines altogether.
Right, so the fines should be mitigated, they should be waived at this point, and then give them a compliance date of, when was the original date of the violation?
So that's correct. So if the permit was issued prior to the 60 days, there should be no fines.
Okay, so what was the date of the violation, the initial date of the violation? Oh.
One moment, the supervisor's looking at it.
So that is not what I was told previously. I was told that we have to, it says right on here, you have to initiate a process to hire somebody.
Wait, is your mic on? Wait, I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing.
Oh, sorry. So it says right on the final order from last time, you have to initiate a process. It doesn't say you have to pull a permit. Initiating a process means hiring a seawall contractor. So if you guys look at the ordinance, that's
so we're not arguing that point. She was asking the date that the violation was first. So it was May of 2023, which means by May of this year, the whole work should be completed by that time frame.
The problem with that is, as you guys probably know, first of all, I voluntarily decided to redo the whole seawall. I could have spent $1,000 and had it repaired. I'm spending a lot more than that to have it done in order to raise the seawall level because that's the new ordinance, as you guys know. Basically, I was told, well, you know, the seawall companies are very busy, so it took me a while to even find one that would do it. Then they submit the permit. It has to go before Broward County first because they have to do the approval of the, and also I think I have all the permits here. One's Broward County, everything else. My point is that the homeowners are completely out of control. I mean, out of control when it comes to this. I mean, we're at the mercy of the seawall contractors, the county, the city, etc. So anyway,
so that's understandable. Yeah. So what happened before the May date? You can always reach back out to us to get put back on the agenda to make sure that no fines accrue, and you can let us know the progress at that time and do a progress report to ask for like additional time for compliance as long as we see that forward progress is moving with the before the next king tide season comes in.
Yeah, I understand.
But it's from what I understand, the violation, the fine should never have started. That's
so yes, we
okay. So I'm going to zero the fines out then to zero, and then when should the new compliance date be based on the ordinance? You're saying it should have been when?
It was cited on May 18th, so the May 18th of 2024 would be the 365 days from the date that the violation first existed.
Okay, that'll be your new compliance date. Okay. Obviously, you're going to need additional time to comply.
Yeah, I was told previously, and I thought the ordinance said once you get the permit, you have 365 days. That's what they told me at the last Zoom hearing. If you go back and replay it, they said I have 365 days from when I received the permit to complete the job.
So that's
the ordinance says specifically, and for the record, Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office, subsection 4 of the ordinance states that the owner of the property on which the seawall is constructed is required to initiate a process, pardon me, including but not limited to hiring a contractor and submitting a building permit and be able to demonstrate progress toward repairing the cited defect within 60 days of receiving notice from the city and complete the repair within 365 days of the citation.
Okay. Well, they told me last time I had 365 days from when I got the permit. That's what I was told if we go back and look at the Zoom. Okay. You guys have those recorded, correct? Somewhere? Are they recorded? The Zoom meetings? These meetings are all recorded, correct? Okay. So that's what I was told. So, okay, well, I mean, if we have to come back again and for another hearing, that's fine. I can do that. But again, I'm at the mercy of the seawall contractors. They don't even have me on the schedule yet. I've been calling them. And they're like, oh, we have other jobs, so And they're a reputable company, but they do a lot of jobs in the city.
I think the city just wants to see progress, you know, and if you're moving towards progress, then they're going to give you additional time to comply. But pursuant to the ordinance, it would be May 18th would be your compliance date.
I mean, as far as compliance is concerned, I've done everything I can do to comply. Now I wait on the contractor. I have no control over that. I have all the permits issued, so now I have to wait for them to be able to do the job. Like I said, they're all extremely busy. They already told me that when I hired them. They said it could take over a year to start the job. That's what they told me. That's how busy these guys are. If you look around, they're that busy. So
we
that's out of my
understand
control.
that. Yeah, we understand that, Magistrate. Again, this was cited May of last year. I don't think they started the permit process until December. So it was already some leniency given there in the beginning because the permit wasn't applied for until December, and the property was actually cited in May.
Okay, understood.
So,
I've been in communication with Mr. Samber this whole time and told him I needed extended time to find the correct contractor because they were so busy and to get bids because I got 3 different bids on the job, maybe 4, and he was in agreement. We've been in communication constantly. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Okay, so that's not the only thing I have to say.
So the city
there's
will-
nothing else for me to argue about it. I agree with whatever you guys are saying. If I have to come back for more time, then that's what I'll have to do.
So we'll request an order to reappear to see where he's at in the progress at that time.
That's fine as long as
Okay,
it's
so
But it would be
365
it
days.
would be the May 29th, if I'm not correct, hearing? The May
Okay,
30th
so in
hearing.
order to reappear for May 30th.
Can't we do it? Why does it have to be that soon? Can't we do it later? I mean, I'm
Because
supposed to have 365 days.
Because your
correct?
the 365 days expires March 18th. I mean May 18th. So for it to not to start to run, that's why it has to be on or about that time.
Okay, I just feel like we're going backwards because we had already discussed this and said I had 365 days from the date of permit issue. That's what I was told. So
Okay, whatever was told, unfortunately, may have been misinformation. The city attorney, deputy city attorney, she just read to you what the ordinance is, and the ordinance is 365 days from when the violation was issued, so that would be May 30th, 2024.
I understood it as what I read is initiating a process within that so many days, and then you have the time afterwards. Is what I was
Okay,
told.
so I'm going to, again, it's the city's position, it's 365 days from when the violation was issued. So if you want to avoid fines running, then you need to come on May 30th for another hearing. Okay, right now I zero balance the fines that are.
Understood.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. While I'm here as well, I would like to, on record, state the fact that I would like somebody from the stormwater supervisor to contact me. I asked at the last Zoom hearing. I've asked multiple times. I've called the city multiple times. No one has gotten back to me on this. I've gotten 0 phone calls, 0 emails back, nothing. The problem with my seawall in the first place is due to the stormwater drains are deteriorated, and there's one that runs along my property. It's concrete, and they sleeved it with PVC. It's deteriorating. There's multiple drains in my neighborhood that are sinking due to that, and no one's coming out. Finally, my neighbor across the street just had some action because he had to have his attorney and his insurance company write the city and the mayor for somebody to come out and look at the problem, and they finally got some action via that. I don't think that's fair with all the taxpayers' money that's coming into the city that no one can even come out and look at this. It's a danger, and I need somebody to come out and look at it. So this is all related to my seawall. It's damaged my seawall, actually.
Sir?
Yes.
Supervisor Amy Brown, I'll get your number and I'll make sure I get you in contact with somebody from the stormwater operations team, okay?
Yeah,
No
that's
problem.
fine, and I appreciate that. They told me the same thing at the last Zoom hearing, and I never heard it.
Okay,
from
well then
anybody.
you can keep calling me if they don't call you.
That's
I'll
fine.
make sure you get in contact
Yeah,
with them,
can I
okay?
get your contact information?
Yeah, after, okay?
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
All right, good luck to you.
Our next case is on page 30. Inspector David Sandiford, Inspector Dorian Caloan presenting case number CE 2306-0072. Case address 1222 Bayview Drive. Owner Julia B. Neufeld, Living Trust. This case was first heard 11/30/23 to comply by 1/4/24. One section not complied at $100 per day, $5,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Senior Inspector Cloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale.
Excuse me 1 second, Dorian. I'm sorry. But there's a lot of noise. We're asking that you keep your talking to a minimum. The hearing is being recorded. Okay.
Case number is CE 2306-0072, case address 1222 Bayview Drive. This property was first inspected by Officer Sandiford on June 2nd, 23, and first heard on November 30th, 23. At the Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 35 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter per stipulated agreement. Violation 9306 was actually complied yesterday. I did a late inspection and it was complied. And that's as of 2/28. So the city is asking for the full imposition of fines for a total of $5,500. And I would like to enter the photos entered for the record. Go ahead. Sorry.
Can I talk now? Can I talk now?
Yes.
My name is Ron Neufeld. Can I read from a document?
Sure.
I would be glad to I want to give it to you when I'm finished. I have the second copy.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Let me see if I can read better without my glasses. I have written evidence in my hand that my home was in compliance on the date required. I could go through some more details at the end. On November 14th, 2023, I mailed to David Sandiford my completed list of home repairs that I had completed before that time. The completion list included all the repairs requested in the final order. I had already completed those repairs previous to November 14th, 2024. On November 30th, 2023, I spoke in this room with David Sandiford in person at Marine Industries at approximately 8 a.m. David Sandiford told me that I had completed all of the repairs requested by the city of Fort Lauderdale, except for painting the fascia. I told David Sandiford that I had not painted the fascia because I did not know what a fascia is. David Sandiford explained to me and showed a fascia to me on his laptop computer.
Sir,
yes.
Just 1 second. In the back, can you guys please keep the volume down? It's very difficult to hear, and it's going to be difficult for the public record too, please. Thank you so much. I apologize, sir. Go ahead.
Let's see. David Sandiford explained to me and showed a fascia to me on his laptop computer. I painted the fascia within several days and then mailed a letter on December 6, 2023 that I had painted the fascia and requested David to re-inspect the property. I have the documents. There's 2 sets of documents here that I want to give to whoever I'm supposed to give it to. The first, I first received the repair requests on October 18th. And they're here. And then I replied that I had completed everything on the list on November 14th, 2023. And they're all right here. And then I wrote to David Sandiford on December 6th that I had painted the fascia, which was the only thing that was not on the previous list. And it's all right here. Would you give it to, oops, I'm sorry. Give it to whoever is supposed to. So therefore, I was in compliance. The stigmatized agreement that that I signed with David Sandiford at the last meeting on November 30th gave me 35 days to paint the fascia, and I painted the fascia within the next week. So I was in compliance with that, and no fines were eligible at that day because that was I finished 1 week after the last meeting here on November 30th. So I requested any fines are removed because I was in compliance. I'm sorry, you have all the paperwork there. I have lots of other information if you want it.
Magistrate, Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I'm familiar with this case. I actually, the respondent actually wrote me, and I wrote a letter because he said that he could only do it via mail. I wrote him back. I'm over here. I'm sorry.
Are you Stephanie?
It's Stephanie. Stephanie right here. Stephanie right here that you wrote.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So he did write me, Your Honor, and I wrote him back and sent him photos of the area that was of concern. I do believe that he just did have a misunderstanding of what the fascia is and what needed to be painted. So the city is not opposed to waiving the fines altogether, Magistrate.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Could I add one more thing? Finally, on the first, I'm sorry, on November 30th, when I spoke with
Wait,
David
Mr.
Heath-
Neufeld, I'm going to make it really easy for you. I'm going to reduce the fines to 0. Okay, you don't have to testify anymore. I'm going to listen to what the inspector's recommending, and
Thank you
Ms.
so
Supervisor.
much. I sent you 3 copies of the documents. Can I leave now?
Yes.
sir. Yay!
You're good. You're good to go. All right.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much. And thank you so much.
Thank you for your compliance.
Our next case is on page 12, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2305-0336. Case address 1242 Northeast 5th Terrace, owner Land Men Group LLC. This case was posted at 1 East Broward on 2/15/24, and this is service by appearance.
Good morning, everyone. Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230-50336, address 1242 Northeast 5th Terrace. I inspected the property on March 11, 2023, and cited for the following violations. Violation 47-19.1, complied, and violation 47-21.9M. Sections of the vacant lot have no lawn cover and has, as required, and the area was covered with gravel instead of lawn cover. Inspection report was posted on the property on March 11th, 2023. A copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 22nd, 2024, and the violation was not complied. We would like to submit this case file for photos for the court. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter per violation for violation 47-21.9M.
Okay. Good morning. Please state your name.
Hi, good morning. This is Roy Edwards with Stephanie Toothaker's office. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. So we're very happy that violations 2 and 3 have been complied. And as for violation 1, I've been in communication with the property owner, and he's very happy to provide ground cover and cover up any exposed soil, and also add some landscaping to beautify the property and come into compliance. He is currently securing some funds from the CRA to do overall improvements, and securing some personal funds as well. So, realistically, I don't want to come back here in 20 days with the same issue. So realistically, we would like to request 90 days to come into compliance, because it is a large lot, and that much ground cover, it's expensive. So I want to make sure he has the funds in place. And now that we are in the team, we are helping to expedite, and we'll make sure that everything comes into compliance in a timely manner. He also has plans, he has plans to eventually permit this lot to be a surface parking lot for the nearby small businesses. So the extra time would also assist to help with that. But in the interim, to comply, he's happy to provide the ground cover.
Does the city have any objections to the 90 days request?
The city does not oppose to the 91 days, but 91 days in order to reappear. And in the meantime, like you said, start putting the living ground cover while you're going through the CRA process.
Okay, so it'll be May 30th. It'll be a compliance date, or $100 a day, as well as an order to reappear.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I
Good luck
appreciate
to
it.
you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 29, Inspector Evan Oakes, Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 24010823, case address 1781 Southwest 30th Place, owner Hungry Duck LLC, posted at property 2924, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for code case CE 24010823, property address 1781 Southwest 30th Place. This property was initially inspected on January 20th, 2024 by Inspector Paul Smart under case CE 24010730. The following violations were observed: 15278-5A, noise emanating from the vacation rental; 15278-1E, parking violation; 15278-2B, maximum occupancy being exceeded; and 15275-5, responsible party failed to respond. Due to these qualifying number of the violations at this vacation rental property, the city is requesting a 365-day certificate suspension under 15282D1B before the special magistrate. City is requesting the full 365 days be suspended of the vacation rental certificate.
So I would like to say that this...
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Kristina Novikova.
What's your relation to this property?
So I'm the owner of the property.
Okay.
This was a personal event. It was a baby shower of my relatives. Has nothing to do with any vacation rentals. And I also did my son's birthday at this property, and I had more than 10 cars on the property, and I had no idea that for the personal events, it's the same rule as for the vacation rental. We have no parties for any vacation rentals. We have the rules for every single guest. We always keep the proper amount of occupancy in the property. So that was nothing to do with the vacation rental. And when the inspector called me, I said, okay, we will take care of it as soon as possible. And pretty much we did it within a very short period of time. But because we had so many kids there and everything, and we had the event planning people, it was not that easy to make it happen right away.
This was a baby shower or a birthday party?
A baby shower.
Okay.
And it had nothing to do with the birthday party. I'm saying I had my son's birthday party just about, a couple of months before that event, and I had even more cars, and it has nothing to do with any vacation rentals, because here's my property manager, and he's very strict in terms of how many people are coming, what are they doing there. We have cameras everywhere, so we're making sure that no one is bothered. The neighbors that are next door, we're great friends with them, so we have no idea who actually called, because I always call the neighbors. I make sure that no one is breaking any rules, and that everything is, in a very respectful manner towards every single neighbor, and we're making sure that there are no cars parked, like in here, because that's, obviously you can see that this is, vacation rentals, majority of the people, they're coming out of state. So that's a completely different situation here. We had a baby shower, event planning people, so they had to bring the things, so it was all outside, decorations, and it's a huge property, and sometimes, yes, we use it, for personal usage, because it's just, it's an acre of land, and, but it was not that late. So we were not, I think it was 6:44 p.m. Yeah.
Magistrate, supervisor that.
But it has nothing to do with the vacation rentals. And I have all the proofs, and in our website, in our Airbnb profile, it states no parties allowed in this house. Because we would never, because our neighbors, they know from the beginning, and once we change the management, we're making sure that everybody is being respected there.
I do have a few questions for that.
So, Your Honor, if I could first, and for the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Your Honor, the property owner is arguing the merits of the underlying case. The underlying case has already been found to be a valid violation with those 4 components. And I would just, in just briefly discussing it in passing, one of the 4 violations was the fact that the responsible party did not respond to the city. So, again, just wanted to mention that in passing. But the issue today is, as the inspector said, it's the suspension based upon the code's mandatory provision that 4 violations have occurred.
But it had nothing to do with the vacation rental again.
But ma'am, the time to argue that would have been to appeal the case and hear the case 24010730. That's already been found to be valid, and that's why this is the second part of the process in bringing forward the suspension request.
Right, so we're not revisiting the original violation because it was already found that you were in violation.
We were already in violation at that time. What kind of violation?
They just said you were in violation of 4 different violations. You had a noise violation, a parking violation. Do you want to go over? I don't have the original.
Would you please advise me? So on my own property, right? So I cannot have noise on my own property. Because it's 6:44
So
p.m.
understand, you already had these cases all heard, and the prior special magistrate, was the magistrate that heard it?
Yes.
Found that you were in violation of all those 4 different ordinances.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. So based on that, now they're seeking enforcement of it because they have a right to, because you had a violation of those 4 different ordinances.
But that happened on January 20th, right?
I can answer that, Honor, if you wanted. They occurred on 1/20/24, 6:37 p.m. There were immediate citations for the amount, and on the bottom of that citation says you have 15 days to come in and appeal this, or you're basically admitting guilt.
So those were already addressed. Today it's just a matter, it's just to determine whether or not
we were trying to appeal it, and when we talked to the inspector said that we can even pay the fine, and then we called the city, and the city said, no, you have to show up at the court. We were going back and forth. Yes, if you don't mind, yes, here's can
you please,
if you don't mind,
please state your name for the record.
My name is Jesse Kogan. I'm the property owner, the property manager, and I have tried stating those issues with the inspector. And he mentioned to me that I should pay the fines online. When I tried to do that, I called him back later. I said, I'm not able to. She said he's going to email the secretary to figure out a way to pay. On Monday when I called, they said it's already past the due date, and now you have to go to court. And that's basically the only time I actually figured out why. I did originally think it was 15 business days, not calendar days. Maybe that's what the issue and the mix-up was. And I will accept that there's my responsibility for that. But I have tried to pay it probably on day 12.
Payment, sir, isn't relevant here, with all due respect. The issue is today, and Your Honor, just to bring us back focused, the finding of the substantive 4 violations that trigger the code section 15-282D1B to get us to this place where we are today for the mandatory 365-day extension, because the language in the ordinance is, upon a 4th violation of this article, the vacation rental certificate shall be suspended for a period of 365 calendar days. There was a hearing that had to be heard, whether it's the city bringing it forward or the appellant appealing timely, which is, again, stated on the face of the citations as well as on the back of the citations. That's already been heard. So today, it's just for the mandatory imposition of the 365-day vacation rental suspension, as is stated in our city code, which is mandatory. It shall be suspended.
Okay. And by paying the fine is also considered an admission of guilt, by the way, and you did pay the fine. So I'm going to hear from the neighbors. I have some neighbors here that want to testify as related to this case. So, and then I'll make a ruling. If you could just step aside for a minute.
I'm sorry, I have not paid the fine. I was never able to pay the fine.
It doesn't matter. The fine, it doesn't matter. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know why you're talking about the fine. It's irrelevant
Okay.
about whether the fine. You either had to appeal the citation and make all the arguments that you're trying to make today under a separate proceeding, which would have been before today. You had to have done that prior to today. Today, that the issue of those violations has already been settled. It's already been heard. It's already been adjudicated at a prior hearing by the magistrate.
I have called the person that issued the violation on day 15, and he did mention that I could just pay the fine.
Okay, but you didn't pay the fines, and you didn't appeal it. There was a bit of adjudication of it, so we can't go back on it. It's already been decided. So today, because there's already been 4 violations, it rises to the level of where now 15-282.D1B will be applicable. But I'm going to hear from the neighbors at this time because I want to hear what they have to say.
Okay.
I actually have spoken to this neighbor, and this neighbor told me that there are no problems in the property.
Okay.
On the same day. Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Cliff Iacino. I'm at 1771 Southwest 30th Place. I'm right next door. I do know the owners. I don't want anyone not to succeed. It's a business, you know. The code enforcement, they've been wonderful, very responsive. But this is a problem. It's just a problem. Don't have an axe to grind, but it is a problem. They were suspended once before. And the only thing I would say, as far as the excuse that this was a family affair, if this was a family affair, the family screwed them over pretty good because they didn't comply. It was a monster kind of a thing. And my biggest rub in all of this is we're on a cul-de-sac. They're at the very end of a cul-de-sac. And when you put vehicles in that cul-de-sac, it just completely blows apart the flow of traffic, people able to turn around and go back the other way. It's a disaster. So this is not a rosy thing, as she has indicated. They're nice people, and we get along, we communicate, but there have been a number of instances with the trash and so forth. It's just, when you have an Airbnb, you have to really, really monitor that thing big time. They sell the sizzle of the money, but it takes a lot to pull it off, and unfortunately in this case it's not there. But again, thank you for your efforts. So I would suggest that you go ahead and follow suit with this, okay? Thank you.
Thank
you. Morning. My name is Alan Scharf. I live at 1761 Southwest 30th Place, 2 doors down from that house. And this has been a nuisance ever since they started renting it out as a vacation rental. As Mr. Iacino said, they already received a 180-day suspension. I think it was a little over a year ago, and they were filming like a music video there, just tons of cars. But this time, a very loud party. Now, I don't know, birthday party, was it a rental? I don't know. All I know is that people from 6 houses down were walking up the street when I was out there, because we heard a lady like screaming on the microphone, loud music, lots of cars, lots of people, and it's just, you know, that kind of thing doesn't belong in a quiet residential street. So I would like to see this kind of stuff end. If they want to rent it out to families or something like that, great, as long as it doesn't pose a nuisance for the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
I'm sorry?
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Any other neighbors? Okay. All right. Well, based on the testimony, I'm going to grant the 365-day suspension.
So the question would be, Your Honor, I guess for the property owners, are there any current bookings on the property?
So yes, Your Honor, I do have current bookings, and I would ask to finish them.
When are they done?
Probably August. But they're not every day. It's not 100% occupied. I would think it's about 60-50% occupied. But can you give us a date at least?
What does the city want to do? How many days?
Is it currently occupied?
Yes.
How long is the lease for now? The current agreement, how long is it for?
About a week or two. I'm sorry, what do you mean by the
You
current?
said you have a current tenant in there?
I have a current-
And
I
how
have a
long is
current
their contract for? How long are they going to stay there for?
Think about a week or two,
Okay.
and then I have a couple more, but it's very hard to cancel, and it does hurt the credibility and everything from my side as well. But I do understand that you have to do what you have to do, but I'm asking to finish up. There's no more than 10 people on any of those reservations.
Under 30 days? Is this?
What's the current person there? How many days is it?
He said a couple weeks.
What, 30 days? Is the city okay with that?
A couple weeks and then we'll start.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to make it effective 30 days, which gives them, it gives you 4 weeks, so it'll be March 31st.
Your Honor, may I ask till April the 30th?
No, actually, I'll do April 1st. They need to be out by April 1st.
Thank
So
you.
it'll be effective April 1st.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Our next case, page 28, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 23090162, case address 6843 Northwest 29th Avenue, owner Carlene C. Gonzalez Brown, posted at property 2724, posted at 1 East Broward 21524. Page 28.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city for case number CE 23090162, 6843 Northwest 29th Avenue. This property was cited for 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This case is a recurring violation of case CE 23010041. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violation did occur and requests a daily fine of $200 a day be imposed immediately should the violation occur again.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Carlene Gonzalez Brown. Yes, so I first put up the listing. I went through the DBPR, but I wasn't aware of the extent of like city-wise what I had to do. But I put that up back in September. I received the first notice, so I fell into compliance within the specified time frame. I believe after that, it was in compliance for a couple months, and then I had some financial hardships. I had bought the house in 2022, and then my property tax tripled last year, so I needed kind of a short-term fix for those financial issues. But again, I received the second order. It went into compliance within a couple of days, and it hasn't been out of compliance since. So I'm not contesting anything.
Okay, so the city is seeking a finding of fact, which I'll enter, and $200 a day if this violation occurs again.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 6. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23110597, case address 803 Northeast 4th Avenue, owner Brigada International Service LLC, posted at property 12924, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good morning, esteemed board, staff. I believe that
Hold on,
this...
one moment. Inspector
Sure.
goes first.
Good morning, Special Master Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 23110597 for the property located at 803 Northeast 4th Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on November 21st, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 18-1. There's miscellaneous trash, rubbish, and debris at this property, as well as the green screen meshing on the chain link fence is in disrepair at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threatening or endangering the public health, safety, and welfare, and may adversely impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Your Honor, this is a repeat violation from the recurring case CE 2070-671. The case is presented to Special Magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. Fine shall accrue from the date it was first observed until compliance is met. Notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail on November 21st, 2023, allowing 14 days to come into compliance. There has not been any contact with the property owner or any representative until today. Special Magistrate request from sent on December 5th, 2023, and scheduled for today's special hearing. Pre-hearing inspection was done on February 26, 2024, and pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has been brought into compliance. The amount of days it took to have compliance from 11/21/23 to 01/10/24 was 50 days, which comes out to 50 days, $50 a day to $2,500 a day today, Your Honor. Photos submitted into record for evidence, and the owner or representative here is with us today, ma'am.
What is the city seeking?
The city is seeking today $2,500 for the fines that have accrued for 50 days at $50 a day.
Okay, all right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lorenzo Cobiella, from Gastes y Lopez and Mestre, on behalf of the owner. Your Honor, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I tried to look that case up, that 20. There are several cases that have all come compliance, but that one in particular doesn't come up on your system, that 20 case that he cites. Also, my client's been here several times. It's not since his 2020. He was here last year. Every time that he's come back, he's been asked to do different things to the property. He finally decided, you know, even though he was trying to submit plans, demolition plans, he was trying to get a new warehouse constructed. He got really so frustrated with the process that he completely demolished everything and just cleared out the field. If I may show Your Honors pictures of what the property looks like today.
Sure. But what took so long to get in complete? You know,
It didn't take so long, I don't think.
November 21st was the violation, and it took 50 days to get in compliance. So
it might have taken 50 days for a reinspection, but I'm not sure that took 50 days for the property to get in compliance again.
Well, did
and
your
the fact
client,
that
did your client call the inspector for reinspection?
yes, Your Honor,
prior
my
to
client
that?
has been back and forth with the city, with code enforcement, with zoning, trying to get a his demolition permit finalized in order to be able to clear out any accruing penalties that he may have with the city and be able to do something with the property, whether it's to sell it or actually build something else on it. He was told get rid of the mesh. He got rid of the mesh, and all these processes and all these violations have occurred while he was trying to work with the city on this demolition permit. It didn't start out as a demolition permit. He was trying to refurbish the property, rebuild the property, and that's the original plans that he had submitted. So
Did they have a
he's
log
here.
of who he spoke to, so that at least I could ask the city? I don't know who he spoke to. I mean,
Sure. And I can have my client
So
address
for
to that.
demolition permits, Your Honor, just for the record, he would not be speaking to the code officer who can say that he's never been
My
contacted.
English no good.
Do you
I
need a
speak
translator?
Spanish.
I can translate for
Yeah,
you.
No, absolutely not. You cannot. Someone else has to do that. Can someone? Marco?
Marco.
Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, he's got it, and then you'll, yeah.
By the way, I just want to say I love the Maverick. My daughter goes there. The Maverick on your. Yeah.
So hold on, we have to swear him in as a translator first.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm to translate from English to Spanish, from Spanish to English?
Yes. Yes.
Can you have him state his name first for the record?
Raúl Rodríguez. Yo compré esta propiedad en Fort Lauderdale. Yo vivo en Hialeah. para hacer un warehouse. Entonces, el techo estaba malo. Entonces, yo tumbé el techo y dejé las paredes para poder levantar las paredes y hacer un techo nuevo. Presenté los planos en la ciudad. Me lo denegaron muchísimas veces, hasta que ya Sony me dijo, mira, no pierdas más tu tiempo. Yo no te voy a dejar hacer un warehouse.
Excuse me. Can he translate what you just said so we don't lose anything in translation?
Yeah, so he says he does not live in the city. He lives in Hialeah. He was attempting to get a permit to put a new roof on the warehouse, and zoning or building kept denying his permits.
Entonces, yo cerqué esto y le puse una malla verde. Venían y me la pintaban. Entonces yo venía y la pintaba de negro y me decía el inspector que ahora estaba peor. Cambiaba la malla verde constantemente, me traían aquí, ponía la malla verde de nuevo, hasta que me dijeron.
That he had, after he kept getting denied, he decided to put a fence around the whole property. He put a green mesh on the fence. It was constantly being graffitied. He would paint the mesh with like black spray paint, but they continued to do the graffiti over and over and over again.
Can you ask the property owner if and when he has spoken with Officer Caracas?
¿Tú has hablado con el oficial Caracas sobre ese?
No, nunca, porque son dos, o sea, había un oficial, un señor mayor, que no era usted, y era el que yo hablaba, un señor ya de entrada de edad, que hablaba cubano, y hablaba también con Bidding. Entonces, Bidding me dice una cosa y ustedes aquí me dicen otra. Y entonces, los de aquí me decían que ellos no tienen nada que ver con Bidding.
So he was saying that he was speaking to a different older gentleman that worked for the city. He doesn't know who it is, but that building would tell him to do one thing and code would tell him to do another. So he was getting different directions.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Caballero.
Gotta ask him in English.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Gus. I am the person I'm the officer that sends you the notices first to actually maintain the property.
Él es el oficial Caracas. Él es el hombre del code enforcement que te dio las violaciones de code.
Pero usted nunca me ha llamado, usted nunca se ha comunicado conmigo.
All right.
He says he's never spoken to you, or even you never called him or anything.
Correct. We don't actually have your information. If we would have had your information, I would have called you right there and then. But my information is on the letter itself, and I believe I actually highlighted it.
So, él sí no tiene tu número o tu información de contacto, pero cuando él pone los papeles en la propiedad y te lo manda por correo, el nombre y el teléfono y el email de él sí está. So, tú tenías que llamar a él.
Y cada vez que me llega un papel, como viene en inglés, yo busco a mi abogado, y hablan con ustedes, y yo hago lo que ustedes me digan. De hecho, compré la propiedad para hacer un warehouse y ahora creo que voy a tener que hacer una pista de tenis.
So, he was saying that he doesn't speak English, so whenever he would get a notice, he would give the notice to his attorney. I don't know if his attorney ever reached out to Inspector Caracas.
Sir, anytime you have any letter, all the inspectors' names are on the letter, and you have to call them. We actually are bilingual and trilingual. We speak a couple of languages here for people's conveniences here.
Tú tenías la opción de llamar todavía y alguien te podía explicar en español como estamos haciendo ahora.
Pero es que yo vine aquí. O sea, yo vine a un hearing anterior y me dijeron, no aceptamos las paredes. Y tumbé las paredes y ahora luce así.
Okay, so he's saying that he came to another hearing and they told him that he couldn't redo the walls and the permits, but that wouldn't be a code hearing. That would have been a building hearing.
Your Honor, if I may.
Sure.
So I'm looking at your system. And again, I'm not finding this case, this 20, but I am finding, Your Honor, that in fact, if you look at your own system, your own code case system, there have been several times where my client has been here. I think this might be the first time that this code enforcement officer is involved in this case, but there's multiple matters.
The other
There was
ones
a
are
matter
building.
last-
The other ones are building, sir.
They're code enforcement. They're CE in nature, and they were for maintaining the fences and similar trash and other issues that were similar. So I think those would all have been code related.
And the point is?
My point is that I think there was already fines. He's done everything. This is not the first time that this issue's come up before this board. It did come up last year. We were here representing him. He took care of it immediately. And again, we're being brought back. He's being recited again for the same thing, where he's done everything he needs to try to bring this into compliance, as you can see on those photos. Every single time he's asked, knock down walls, he knocked down walls. Get rid of green mesh, he gets rid of green mesh. Clear the fields, he cleared the fields.
I think the confusion
and
lies
this is-
that he had building violation and code violation. So maybe they were addressed at another hearing that were building where this is code.
I believe that they were addressed here last year, the same code enforcement hearings.
Supervisor Brown, sir, I understand what you're saying, that this property has been cited before and he has came into compliance and he was cited again, and that's why this is a repeat violation, because this case, not this specific case, but the prior case was brought to the magistrate and there was a finding of fact that the violation existed. Now, when you're at a repeat violation, the fines start as soon as the violation is observed. The property is now in compliance. I understand he's having issues with the building department and there's back and forth, but that issue does not, lie in him taking care of the property. So I don't know if he lives in Fort Lauderdale or if he has somebody that visits the property and maintains it. Maybe there's, mitigating things that needs to be put into place for him to maintain the property on a more consistent basis, because obviously this property is plagued by, vandalism and trash, et cetera, but he still needs to maintain the property. So he needs to figure out a different way to maintain it while he's trying to figure everything out with the building department. But that doesn't take away the fact that this is a repeat violation. So the fines began to occur from the day that the inspector saw the violation.
Your Honor, the violation before was for different issues. As you see, there was a structure there. There was graffiti there. There's no graffiti there. The building was demolished. The land has been
You're in
cleared.
compliance now. So really, all you're talking, obviously you're in compliance, and that's
Correct.
why you're asking for mitigation.
And the issue here is, I think, and the reason we're before is that we had this fine, we had a hearing, we took care of the issue last year, and I can look up the case number, and then he was recited once again. And I don't think that there was an inspection done within a certain period of time. Maybe it should have been done earlier. Maybe my client should have called it. Maybe it was confusion because there were two violations occurring kind of around the same
I
time,
think what the city
contemporaneously.
is saying is that it's a reoccurring violation. He may have fixed it, and then it happened again, happened again, so they recited him because it's a recurring violation because of the neighborhood that it's where it's located. But it was a new violation. It happened again. So he may have come to compliance, but it kept happening again. And until you tore down the building, obviously, it really can't happen at this point because it's no longer there.
Correct. When did you tear down the building? ¿Cuándo tumbaste el edificio?
El edificio completo, cuando ellos me dijeron.
¿Cuál fecha? Can you translate what I'm just asking him?
Yeah, he's asking what date was the building demolished on.
Yeah. What date did you, I'm going to ask a question, you can translate. What date did you demolish the building and clear the field?
Hace como
No, let him translate the question.
Okay, he's saying what date did,
Ya nada de eso.
No, but I need to ask my question. What date did he clear the field?
¿Qué era la fecha cuando tumbaste el edificio?
Hace como 3 meses por ahí. Porque se demoran mucho los permisos en building. No es que yo llego y tumbo. Yo tengo que ir a building, hacer un permiso.
Let him translate, please.
He's saying that it took approximately 3 months ago because there is a delay with the permits for.
No, he's saying he demolished the building 3 months ago. Yeah.
So he came into compliance much earlier than these
Okay.
50 days of being cited. That's what I'm trying to say.
Para mí era más económico cuando compré tumbarlo todo y ya. Yo me he gastado cientos de miles de pesos ahí.
When did the city? Oh, I'm sorry. I understand Spanish, so I kind of jumped there. Go
He
ahead.
was just saying that it's more economical for him to demolish the building than it was to make the repairs required.
When did the city inspect the property or re-inspect the property? Because he's testifying that he demolished the building sometime in November, December, based on the testimony, or November.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an accurate date. It's
He's saying that.
on or about, right? So when's the last time the city re-inspected?
They're not actually here. I'm sorry about that. Yes, I do have pictures here of the building itself. 803 Northeast 4th Avenue. I actually have a picture here of, this was on 8/3/2023. The building's still there.
No,
All the
he's
remnants.
testifying that he demolished the building in November.
November.
Yeah, November or December of 2023, which, you know, he was cited November 21st, I think is what you guys.
This is a picture of December. Building is still there.
Special Magistrate.
You want to show it to
Special Magistrate, Supervisor Brown. I understand we're speaking about the building, and regardless if the building stands or the building was ever removed, the violation being heard today is, again, for 18-1, and it pertains to the trash, the rubbish, debris, and other things at the property. So whether the building is there or not, there's still trash and debris that has nothing to do with the building.
Your Honor, and the client's testifying, he cleared out everything by December.
But he didn't. Look at the picture. Look at the, can you share it with
Yeah,
them?
I'll share
The photos I'm showing here are from June.
No,
This is December.
Diciembre, 6 de diciembre.
5 de diciembre.
5 de diciembre.
¿Cuándo más o menos tú
Sí, sí, después de eso. Sí, sí.
Magistrate, and just for the record, the building permit that is currently in the system right now is awaiting client reply, and that application is for a partial demolition. The description of work is interior partitions and existing bathrooms, partial roof. So, yeah.
So the point being there that he doesn't have a valid demolition permit for the demolished building. So if he doesn't have a violation for that, he'll get another one soon.
After the fact permit, possibly, yeah.
Your client doesn't have an approved demolition permit.
It's not finalized. He says that
No.
it's already submitted, but it hadn't been finalized.
It's not finalized. So he had no legal right to demolish the building,
Okay, I will discuss that with him
just so you know.
and get through.
It's
with
still
the building.
awaiting client reply, which means the city had comments to the demolition permit package,
Okay.
which requires action by the property owner and/or representative.
Okay. I'm taking this matter over for the other attorney in the firm who's doing it, and who I don't think had much experience. I work with the city of Miami Lakes, so I know the process. I'll take care of it ASAP with him.
Yeah, and it's been awaiting client reply since January 12th, so
Okay.
it's been a while.
I will take care of that with him
Yeah.
ASAP with regards to that.
So I think there's a lot of confusion here. I think that
There is.
unfortunately the building probably was not demolished as far back as maybe he would have thought. So
Is there a way that we can supplement or ask for a continuous so that I can bring that proof? Because if I bring that proof, then it's not 50 days that it wasn't in
no,
compliance.
I think at this point I'm going to enter an order. I'm going to mitigate it so that I think it's a compromised position, because I think there's definitely days he was not in compliance. I think he should reach out to the city once he was in compliance for reinspection. Maybe there was a delay in that, but it's nothing the city did wrong. I mean, clearly there's some confusion as to the date, but he clearly wasn't timely in compliance. So
Well,
I'm-
Your Honor, remember, it doesn't relate to the demolition of the property. The violation is for trash, rubbish, and debris based upon the repeat violation from CE 220
Right, but the
70671.
pictures that they're being presented show that it's all cleaned up.
Yes.
Right,
Right,
and it
so-
is in compliance. The
Right. So
inspectors
the question
testified.
is, when did it become a compliance?
It becomes in compliance as soon as I see it, which was on January 10th. And for the record also, you have to tell your client as well that even though this case is in compliance, he has to continue maintaining the property. Now, people are still, they're continuing to dump stuff on the vacant lot. Now it's a vacant lot. Just because this case is actually in compliance, there could be another case coming up soon because people are still dumping on his property. So he has to maintain it on a regular basis.
Understood. Your Honor, if I may call Your Honor for a moment, he's showing me a photo here that is the December 20th, and it shows when the demolition was occurring. May I show it? I mean, he showed me his laptop. May I show you the
Sure, and I
photo?
guess my question to you is, when did your client actually reach out to the inspector and ask for a reinspection?
Okay, I'm not sure how.
It's just December 20th is when it was being demolished. He's saying
Okay.
that on December 5th, it wasn't. December 20th is when it happened.
Okay, but
They don't need to, they don't need to.
I guess the question is, though, when did your client reach out to the inspector to ask for reinspection? I'm just curious to see when was his position that he was in compliance?
Sí, permiso a la ciudad.
think that's where the confusion lies in going back and forth with the permits and being told, no, we're going to go out there, and just him not understanding the process of who he needed to contact for the reinspection. But there are communications back and forth with the city. I understand that from what the attorney's saying on January 15th, they sent out comments. He hasn't responded. I'm going to make sure that that's taken care of today.
But again, Your Honor, just to reiterate, the building and the demolition and the lack of a permit to demolish the property isn't related to this repeat violation, which is trash, rubbish, and debris, which the inspector observed and said it came into compliance. It's already in compliance. It's not a continuing fine. Came into compliance on January 10th.
Okay, I'm going to reduce the fine to $2,000. There's just too much evidence that shows that it seems as if the violation continued more than December date that he was, that he testified that he started demolition. Didn't mean it was in compliance, but I'm going to give him the benefit of some of that time. So to be paid by March 28th.
What was the original fine?
$2,500.
Your Honor, also, I'm going to provide my business card since I am the inspector for code enforcement for that particular area. If he has any questions, I do speak English and Spanish, and I can actually provide any information that he requires as well.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Your Honor, the last is I really would, because the idea is to bring this property, get the demolition permit, get everything so that something can happen with it. You can do something. And I do understand that the city of Fort Lauderdale does have a mitigation program in effect for the next year. So what I'd like to do is just bring everything into compliance so that we can mitigate the fines. Because I think there's additional fines that have accrued from other issues.
Sir, again, I'm the code officer. If you have anything with the building department.
No, these are code.
And there's two different things.
I understand.
So with our case or my case, it's complied. He has complied.
Correct.
And Your Honor has actually reduced it to up to 2,000, which is basically 10 days.
Right.
Basically until January 1st, let's just say.
Okay.
And mind you, again, I am going to provide my information to him. I think and again, I speak Spanish.
Okay.
And he can actually ask me any questions in regards to code enforcement.
Okay.
Building department, we have other people that actually do speak Spanish as well, and he can actually speak to us as well.
Fantastic.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all for your time.
Good
Appreciate
luck.
it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, do you want your photos back?
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 22110379. Case address 817 Northwest 1st Street, owner 817 Northwest 1st Street, LLC. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 6/9/23. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section complied at $50 per day, $3,000 accrued. The city is requesting $792.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case CE 220405. Presenting case CE 22110379. Address 817 Northwest 1st Street. 47-3.55. This property is in compliance. I spoke with the planning department, and they informed me that the property is approved. So the city would like to submit the photos into the record, and the city is requesting administrative cost of $792.
Good morning. Andrew Shine with Lockery and Chakas, representing the property owner and the tenant. We are in agreement with what Inspector Sambert stated.
Okay, then I will reduce the fine to the $792.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 23, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 23090490, case address 1118 Northwest 17th Street, owner FKH SFR Propco ALP, in care of First Key Homes LLC, posted at property 21724, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. Your Honor, at this time, the property is in compliance. The city is just signifying the fact that the violation did exist.
So you just wanted it to be noted that a violation existed? Okay.
Perfect. Good morning, Alexis Betancourt for the property owners. We're
Okay.
good. Thank you so much.
Okay, so entered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Our next case, page 37, also Inspector Bovary Xantis. Case number CE 23080419, case address 1805 Northwest 16th Street, owner Thoma V. Johnson. This case was first heard 10/26/23 to comply by 125/24. 4 sections not complied at $25 per day, $3,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Just give me one moment. Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. Your Honor, at this time, all violations are in compliance, and the city is requesting all fines to be imposed. For the derelict vehicle was in compliance February 17th, 2022, and all other violations which were not in compliance came to compliance as February 22nd, 2022. 2024, I'm sorry.
Okay, so city's seeking $3,500? Okay, so how much is the?
I got a question.
Sure.
How am I being fined for something if you gave me a certain amount of time to fix it?
Okay, so the city gave you until, please state your name for the record, sir.
Juan Jackson.
Okay. The city gave you until January 25th, 2024 to get in compliance. You got into compliance almost a month later, February 22nd.
No, that's not true. That's a lie. Everything was done by January 22nd. Everything was done.
Okay, did you reach out to the city at that time and ask for a reinspection?
I've called this dude. He never returned none of my phone calls. So I stopped calling him.
What were the days that you called him, sir?
I called him way back before we had the first meeting when I tried to explain to them what was going on. And then in that first meeting, they said they found a fact. No, they hung with the phone on me when I was talking because I kept trying to explain to the guys what was happening at the house, but no one wanted to pay attention. They put some other guy who was telling me how to get rid of the orange stains on the house. I'm like, cool, I can do that part because I can just paint the house. But then the lady said it was over and she hung on the phone on me. I'm like, how does that work? How do you find me guilty of something and just hang on the phone without me saying something? But I was like, all right, cool. I'll wait. Then I did everything they asked me to do. I actually did it on a Saturday, which was the Saturday before the whatever the date was, because it was going to be like a Wednesday or Thursday that was supposed to be over with. And so when I didn't receive anything by that time, I thought, okay, cool. So they must have came by and saw everything. I got rid of a car that I didn't want to get rid of because it was going to take me longer to get the tires fixed. All it was missing was 2 tires, but I had to throw a car away because this dude keeps thinking that it's a derelict car. It's not a derelict car. It's used. It cranks up. Everything works. I just had 2 flat tires on it. And that car there that he keeps trying to show a picture of, that's a $40,000 car. Everyone keeps trying to buy that car because the way it is now, they want 10 grand. But if I put the tires back on it and make it look nice, it's $40,000. I'm not getting rid of that car. I'm like, why does this dude keep trying to harass my cars? But I got rid of a car that I like because I couldn't get the tires fixed in time because, again, there was only so much money I could spend.
Who did you contact? You said you
I contacted him, and he never returned any of my phone calls. I left messages.
Your Honor, for the record, every time I spoke with this property owner, he's been threatened comments.
When did you speak to me?
With him. And
when did you
as
speak
I
to me?
spoke with him He said he doesn't have to do anything, doesn't have to fix the property, and then that was the case from there.
That was
And
at the meeting.
The evidence of on this property stated that the derelict vehicle was removed on February 17, 2022. I'm sorry, 2024, and including the trash receptacles on February 22nd when I complied for the trash receptacle. I'm the one that removed the trash receptacle and placed them behind the building line so I can comply the trash receptacle violation for him. So, Your Honor, evidence in the case stated that the violations are in compliance, and as of January 17th, this case was not in compliance.
It was done in January because the compliance date was January 25th, not the 17th.
Excuse me, Magistrate. Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Just for clarity, when it comes to a derelict vehicle, the respondent continuously saying it just has 2 flat tires. And speaking of other things that are wrong with the vehicle, if the vehicle is not street legal, which means it cannot be driven on. So let me finish. If it's not street legal, which means it cannot be driven on the street, whether it has a expired tag or whether it has flat tires. By definition of the city code, that's considered a derelict vehicle. So he was in boundaries to actually cite it for being derelict because it has flat tires, expired tags, that all meets the definition of derelict vehicles for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Ordinance.
He never in his life has spoken to me personally. I made comments at the last meeting.
Right. That's after the compliance date, but do you have anything from
the total
January
fine amount
26th?
as we speak right now is $2,675.
It can't be a fine because I was done in January.
February 22nd.
Compliance date for the compliance dates for the violations are as states. They were complied on February 22nd, August 23rd, February 17th, February 22nd, February 22nd, 2024. Total fine amount is $2,675 as we speak.
That is not a fact. The one time he came in, he moved the garbage can. That was the only thing he did, move the garbage can. And I kept the garbage can.
It's your obligation to show proof that you were in compliance. The pictures that are showing me, you were not in compliance, but you have a burden to show that you were in compliance.
Show me the picture that said February 22nd. Show me that picture. That's in compliance. Now.
Yeah, but that's after the date, January 25th.
That's when he took that picture. That's when the garbage can was there because I put it there because I drove around my neighborhood and have all the pictures on my phone. I went to Wilton Manors all the way around. It's arbitrary on where they allow the garbage can to sit. It is completely arbitrary.
But that's not the only reason you're getting a violation. Your fines ran because you had the car there.
The car was gone since January.
Not according to the pictures.
Look at where's the car? It's gone.
It's your obligation.
The car is gone. It's a black Chevy. It's a black Ford. That's not the car that's on the thing.
The picture showed the compliance date. And again,
let's try this one more time. It was a black.
Let me speak. We can't speak over each other.
I was talking.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a black Ford Explorer. It's written here. That's why I made sure I brought my letters. A black Ford Explorer. You cannot change the story because you feel like, oh, that car's there. No, it was a black Ford Explorer that worked that I got rid of. That's not a black Ford Explorer.
You're absolutely correct. And the picture that's there is not the picture that he's referencing for the derelict vehicle. The original pictures had the black Ford Explorer on it. In actuality, when we spoke in reference to this yesterday, I told him that that vehicle right there should have been cited after the Ford was removed because that vehicle is considered derelict as well.
That car is under my carport. That car, if I build a garage, you cannot see or touch.
It has to be an enclosed garage. It's not enclosed.
Where's that rule?
In our city ordinance. We can go over that with you after the magistrate.
I need to see that then. But there is no Ford Explorer. This has been in compliance since January.
February 17th, we're looking at a photo as we speak. There's the Ford Explorer.
That's not a Ford Explorer. That's a Chevy Suburban.
So that's not the car that's being
No,
cited.
ma'am. That's my working car. That's my car. That is a Chevy Suburban.
Okay.
And it got everything is on that car.
Okay, so it's...
I've been in compliance since January. And that garbage can has not been sitting there for that period of time. That was sitting there that day because I feed a cat. When I get the cat, when I feed the cat, I want to just put the thing in the garbage and leave in the morning. That's the only reason it was sitting like that.
Okay.
He moved. Yes, he did move it. Because when I came home, I realized that my ring wasn't working. Because I was like, who came up on my property?
Okay, but you did have an obligation to reach out to the inspector when you were in compliance. It's not the inspector.
No one told me to reach out to him when I was compliant. Not a soul. I told you. They hung up the phone on me. They hung up when I was on a little Zoom thing. They hung it up. How was I supposed to reach out to him? All I knew was that I was supposed to be compliant by January 25th.
It's on the notices. Once they post the notice on your property, it's on the notice. It says that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say reach out to nobody. I got them all right. It doesn't say reach out to anybody.
It tells you on your original notice when you have it that it states that you have to reach out to the code officer.
No, it doesn't.
once
I
you're
got all
compliant.
my notices. It says no one. When I reached out to him, it was before the actual first case, and he did not respond. I said, I said what I said, and it wasn't a threat.
Okay.
It was a telling them stop harassing me. And I was in that meeting. I did not talk to him ever.
Okay.
And I called his phone twice.
Okay, well, obviously the testimony is different. The inspector, it's his position that you did talk to him, but you were.
I've never spoken to him ever. Ever.
Your Honor, we did talk, and as I said,
When did I talk to you?
His verbal threat. So stop, push me from
Harassing me.
No, sir. That's not what you said. That's exactly
I said
not
at
what
the
you
meeting,
said.
stop harassing me.
No, that's not what you said. And then again, Your Honor, as I stated, so as a proof of evidence in the pictures, that picture said as January 18th, the vehicle was still on the property.
It was January 25th. That was the last day. If the car could have been up to January 24th, as long as January 25th is gone, it's gone before the date.
Special
can't just make
Magistrate
up new
Supervisor
dates.
Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale, we're going to ask for the imposition of the fines. If the respondent wants to later apply for the lien amnesty program, that is an option for him. But we're going to ask for
How much for the
imposition.
fine? Okay, I'm going to impose $26.75 as the fine. You can apply for the amnesty program for reduction.
I didn't have any. What fine? I didn't do anything. I did what you asked me to do by January.
Okay, the evidence presented today.
There
shows
is no
that you
evidence
were-
that says that the car is not there on any pictures.
You had testimony from the inspector and the pictures that he showed in
The
February.
pictures you're showing is not of the black car. There is no black car there. It was gone since January. Every picture you have shown is showing compliance. Every single picture. Every single picture you are showing is compliant. The numbers are there. Everything is compliant. How are you telling me you're finding me for something when everything is compliant?
Those are the pictures showing the compliance date, not the original violation. So that's
The
why
original violation? Because you said I have until this day to
why
fix it.
That's what's supposed to be presented up there. The photos with the dates on it showing that the date that the violation was complied. He's showing that the dates that the violation was complied based on the photos.
That's my point. So it was done. So why am I being
was done
fined from
after
some date to now that saying it wasn't done? It was done.
So, Magistrate, I think if you made your ruling already, that the respondent can, at this time, as we stated before, reach out for the lien amnesty program if that's what he wants as an option. But you've already made your ruling.
Ma'am, you did not make, ma'am, let's try this one more time. If every picture that he shows is me being compliant, how am I being fined?
It's the city's position. His testimony is that you didn't get into compliance until February 22nd. That's when your fine stopped.
That is not what happened. It was in January.
Okay,
Because I had until January 25th.
I understand that's your testimony, and I heard the testimony from the inspector.
He cannot show you any pictures from that date. That's what I'm telling you. Show a picture that says on January 25th it was not compliant. He does not have that picture because it was. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If he has that picture, January 25th, when you said I had 90 days, or the person, whoever it was over the thing, 90 days, he's supposed to come on that day and take a picture.
No, it's your burden to prove that
No
you're
one
in
told me
compliance.
that. No one, that was not what was
It
told
says it
me.
on your violation.
It does not say it on there, ma'am. I'm telling you now, it doesn't say it on there. I even called Crystal Green and left a message for her. And I told her then, I have been compliant. And when I got this letter came February 1st. I said, I've been compliant. February 1st, I got this letter. I told her I've been compliant.
Well, earlier you testified that you hung up on the phone, that you gave up, that you were calling and then you hung up. So I don't think you spoke to anybody. Because you keep
I
saying-
left a message for Crystal Green. I got this on February 1st. I'm like, why am I getting this? Why am I getting that? And it doesn't say what I'm in violation of. It just says you're in violation. Violation of what? Because on here, I have all 4 violations. On this paper, when you sent me, I got all 4 violations. On here, there's listed no violations are listed. It just says, oh, you're in violation. I'm like, what am I in violation of?
I think in the initial violation tells you what you're in violation for. I mean,
Right.
it's cited the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 violations that
Right.
you...
So let's say, for example, that 3 violations are taken care of. On this letter, it should say you're still in violation of X. That's what it says. It just says you're in violation. I'm like, what am I in violation of? What am I in violation of?
Well, you didn't come into compliance with 2427, 9-306, 18-4.
I
or
did.
9- not timely.
I did in January. There's no pictures of January.
Did you take any pictures in January?
I didn't need to.
But that's where you're wrong. Okay, I made my ruling. It's for 2625 to be paid by March 29th.
I did not do. I finished.
Okay, you can apply for amnesty.
Hey, don't.
Lower your voice, okay? Please.
We need to move
You can
on.
apply for amnesty through the city, and they'll reduce the amount.
You
But
can speak to Victoria. She's in the back at the signing
I
table.
was compliant.
Sir.
Okay, but you haven't provided evidence that you were.
Ma'am, February 1st, this letter reads, you'll be advised, indicate the requirements contained, whatever. This case is being scheduled. I'm in violation of what? What am I in violation of? I asked the lawyer, what am I in violation of?
Can you show me that?
Because
Thank you. Okay, so you had a hearing where it was determined that you were not in compliance. At that point, you appeared by Zoom. Today's hearing is just to determine the fine. It's called a mass hearing to determine the amount of the fine. But you already were in violation, and that's why the fines ran.
ma'am, I was told I got 90 days until January 25th. There were no more Zooms. That Zoom was October 26th. They said I had 3 months. And if I didn't do it in 3 months, I'll be charged $25 each day after that.
Excuse me, Special Magistrate. Our code manager is asking that we recall this case. We're going to move on to the next case. There's some investigation that she wants to do, but we're going to recall this case. So if you will, sir, case, and then we'll recall this case.
Okay.
Okay? Burns next, but then when you get called next, you have like 4 or 5 in a row. So okay.
I did. It's gonna be,
Our next case is on page 37. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 2302-0567, case address 1121 Northwest 5th Street, owner McBride Law Caravarian J. Harris. This case was first heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/31/23. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda, 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section complied at $50 per day for a total of $600, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sandberg for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23020567, property address 1121 Northwest 5th Street. As of today, all violations are in compliance. I would like to submit these photos onto the record. The city is requesting administrative costs, full imposition of fines.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Varian Harris.
Okay.
Can you tell me what when was the date the fine started, please?
So when you missed, I believe you missed the first hearing, and the fine started running, and then we had met at the next hearing, and we stopped the fines with a stay of fines until you get the situation with the human resource. Was it risk management?
Correct, but I have not missed a hearing. That's the question raised. I have not missed a hearing. I've appeared every hearing via Zoom, and I've been communicating with you throughout the process. And yes, ma'am.
So you asked the fines. There was a compliance of August 31st, so you must have been, your period of being fined was from August 31st to September 12th, and then they were suspended September 12th.
Okay.
So that was the time period you got fined for 12 days,
Okay,
basically.
when that question was raised, I put a request in with the city clerk for a records request. I have documentation where the record request was put in, and I got the information I was looking for because I had to go back and forth with the clerk, records city clerk rather, and that process started August 23rd. As far as when I got started the initial request with the city clerk, and I didn't get the information that I needed until October 6th.
Okay,
the reason the request was put in with the city clerk, ma'am, was because of the swell in front of the building. The question was raised as far as the city crew, when they went in, did the work on the swell, were they required to make the repair on the swell because they damaged the swell? That's why the request was put in with the records clerk, the city clerk.
So you want to see whether them doing work affected your driveway?
It did, and I proved it, but it went past the statute of limitation. So the inspector is aware of that, and we did come into compliance with it when the city said that it was beyond the statute of limitation, when I did show that the city did come in and damage the swell because of work performed on the swell.
Yeah, so Magistrate, there was an issue with the swell, and he filed a record to prove that the city was there at that time that messed up the swell. But I believe when he submitted into the record to get the records, the statute of limitation was 4 years. You have to submit it, and I think he was off probably a week or a couple of days.
Correct.
So because of that couple of days or a week, the city did not take his request to show that whether or not the city was there or not. So they didn't give him that. They didn't take his
you
records.
didn't say he didn't come into compliance because he was waiting to get the record?
No, the still fines were still in place. I believe what happens is he wanted to prove that the reason why I have this balance is because of the city's work that was here. But he couldn't prove it because the city wouldn't take his record request because he was off. He submitted it like probably 4 days late, and that was 4 years. And the city said, we can't honor that record. So then he came back and he complied, but that balance was still there. I'm assuming, was it because of that balance that you ended up going to the city, or was it?
It was my understanding when we talked about it that you were going to put that on hold, giving me time to provide the information or come up with the information showing that, trying to give me time to come up with the information I requested from the city clerk.
Correct.
Okay, that's the dilemma right there, because like I said, in the hearing that I had with the magistrate, that was put on hold. That was my understanding, that they were giving me time to get the information from the city clerk.
Yeah, that was when we split the steel fines.
Correct.
So Your Honor, and let me just jump in. Apparently, as somebody said at some point in this long discussion, the fines of 12 days ran between the initial ordered compliance date of 8/31/23 and the first time the magistrates suspended the fines of 9/12. That's really the only.
Yeah, that's what I told him.
Yeah, that's
He's
it.
saying that they should never have run because he thought they were all stayed based on, I guess, his understanding. So he was trying to get the records request. He didn't get those records, or because the statute had run. So, but he thought that all the fines had been stayed.
Yeah, and I'm also a little confused because if they started to run between 8/31 and 9/12 for those 12 days, why wasn't the last violation 9-280H, why didn't it run for 12 days?
No, that's the one that was still fines. We had did a still fines on that one.
Only this one and not that one?
No, because that was the part that he was that was the driver was the one that he was most concerned about. That case 9-288 should have complied prior to any fines.
Thank you.
Wait, say that again?
So it complied before 8/31?
So there should be no fines then? I'm a little confused about your
I know.
testimony.
Your Honor, I would just suggest we waive the fines.
I'm going to waive the fines.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate you. All right.
Yeah, I agree.
Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Bovary-Xantis, case number CE 23100152, case address 1218 Northwest 17th Street, owner Louisiana Sainville, posted at property 21724, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exensis, on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case and address as read by the clerk. Your Honor, at this time, case should have been removed from the special magistrate as the case is in compliance and full compliance.
Okay. Full compliance. Case is dismissed.
He's saying it's complied.
Can I speak? Is it okay if I speak?
If you like, but you're in compliance, but you can speak.
All right. Good morning. My name is Higgins Sandville. This is my mom, Louisiana Sandville. My father passed, and when my father passed, my mom was in the home by herself. Well, we had an aide there for a few months, and it got too expensive, so we let someone else stay there with her, and that turned out to be a horrible situation. And we removed my mom from the home until we can go through the process of getting that person out. Because he knew we was getting him out, that's when he called the city. And he basically, they called the code and we had the 8 or 9 violations. This happened in October, I think October the 4th. We were unaware of any of the violations until January 27th. On January 27th is when I think the officer came and made another revisit and saw that along with all the other violations, well, some of them were already taken care of, but the 3 cars, the 3 cars that were supposed to be taken care of were still in the property, and all 3 cars were towed. And that's when the neighbors called and said, hey, Westway is at your home and your cars are towed. It was at that moment, after an hour and a half of calling 911, the city, we made a lot of phone calls until I was able to get in contact with the officer. The officer at that time was able to email me a copy of the violations. He was very helpful with explaining everything that needed to be done. Between January 27th and now, everything has been resolved. The only reason I wanted to speak is because of the cars. The 3 cars were towed. We were unaware because we removed my mom from the home until the guy would leave. And the cars that were Delrick, I'm saying it wrong, but those cars were not tagged. So because they were not tagged and the violations were never sent to the home, we never knew about any violations until the cars were towed. The day the cars were towed, I had to pay almost $400 within 2 hours. I paid $400 to get the car from Westway, plus another $60 to get it towed elsewhere. The second car, we waited till Monday and paid $450 plus the additional $75, so over $500. and then we just got the third car this past week. All I'm asking is there a process to ask for reimbursement of the fines that we paid for the cars to get towed, because we were not aware. The cars were never tagged. So how were we supposed to be aware?
Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. You're saying, could you repeat? You're saying that you were not aware that the cars were red tagged?
We were never aware that we even had violations.
Okay, so was the inspector was posted in an inconspicuous location, correct?
Indeed. So property was posted, and copy and the inspection report was handed to the complainant, which was at the property of the time when the complainant called. And then so I went out there, inspection report was given, and the red tag and the tow order was handed to complainant, which was at the property at the time the violation happened.
So based on the inspector's testimony, it appears that you were giving the due diligence and the notice that was supposed to be given.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, so on January 27th, after having a conversation with the officer, he made me aware that he gave the violations to the person who called in the complaint.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, we're having issues with him. So because he was handed the violation.
Right. So I think I remember this case, not to interrupt you, but I think I remember this case. It was under the previous supervisor, but if I'm not mistaken, the city arranged to have your vehicle taken, brought back to your property, correct?
No, it was never.
Oh, wasn't this the case that we said that because of the notice was given to the...
Yeah, sure. Because, the red tag, tow order, and inspection report was handed to the complainant, which was at the property at the time of the inspection.
Mm-hmm.
So we were never, because of violations, and I'm not, Officer Zant has been awesome. He's been really, really awesome. It's just that the violations were handed to the person who filed the complaint. So of course it's never going to get to the owner. The cars were never tagged. So the owner does not know that these cars are having issues. The person was removed. The person left 3 days after. 3 days after, he left the property. So we're thinking everything's good. We cleaned up the property. We did everything. So we never even knew it was an issue until the cars were towed. And, of course, these cars were tied to my father, which is no longer around. So my mom had to go through the process of getting, one of the cars had my dad and my name on it. So I was able to get that out immediately that same day. But the other ones had to go through a process of them changing the name to my mom so she can remove the cars because my dad was no longer here. So all I'm saying is had the violations been mailed to the home, we probably would have been aware. Had the cars been tagged, we would have been aware. But it was given to the person who filed a complaint. So he's not going to give it to my mom. And we removed my mom because of the hostile situation. And I already lost my father. I don't want my mom to have a stroke. I don't want my mom something to occur with her or he kill her or anything of that during the night. So it was safe. It was in the better interest to remove my mom from the situation until he left. And I guess the guy knew he had put in a complaint because as soon as the complaint came out, he was gone.
Right. I understand everything you're saying. I understand your concern.
So
the city's process is that we don't just mail out the original notices of a violation. We usually post the property or post the vehicle itself because that's our notice. It is the owner's responsibility, even if it's a rental property or whatever the case may be, for you to go by the property to make sure you're checking periodically to make sure that there's no violation on the property. If it's nobody here locally, then you need to make sure that you have a property manager that can do it as well. So the case before us today is for the violations that it was originally cited for, which we've stated is now in compliance.
Correct.
So the only ruling today is whether or not a violation exists and that they're in compliance, and there's no fines associated with the actual case right now. So anything you're seeking outside of this that you're saying that you feel like the city is responsible for will have to go through our risk management. It wouldn't be in this magistrate hearing today.
But I do suggest that you update the property appraisal with your, whatever mailing address that you want for, if she's not living in the home.
My mom is there right now.
She's back in the home?
Yeah, right now we're fixing the home for her because the guy
Your Honor,
really messed up the home.
Just for the record, there address on BCPA property appraisal is the same as where the violation was found.
Okay, the subject property. Okay, so you're fine now.
Yes,
But,
yes,
you had
yes,
said earlier that she wasn't living there, so you didn't have
We had
notice.
to remove her because
I understand, but
until
now she lives there, so if there are any future violations, you're going to have notice of it because
Absolutely.
it's going to go to the subject
Absolutely.
property. Okay.
But my only question, and thank you for sharing the process, risk management, but my only question, and if you can help me understand, we're at the property every day, which we go by to make sure everything's good. My question is, if the violations are handed to the person who filed the complaint, how will my mother be aware of the violations if it was given to the person who filed the complaint? And as far as the vehicles, if the vehicles were tagged, we would have made, because that tag leaves a mark. If the vehicles were tagged, we would have known that these vehicles needed to be taken care of, but the vehicles were never tagged.
I definitely, we understand that, and I understand every suggestion, the argument you've made. We understand that, and that was addressed. It was addressed by the code manager. We addressed it. We addressed the process as well to make sure that the process is done correctly moving forward.
Correct.
So that has been addressed.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that it was addressed, but what about the monies?
Again,
that was
right. So again, I just said that for any other thing, you would have to go through our risk management. This is not the hearing for that. Okay.
Right, the magistrate doesn't have the authority over
Okay, so
that
what
telling
is,
fee.
can somebody,
So I'd suggest, check with one of the supervisors. They
Thank
can
you.
give you an email and a phone number
Absolutely.
for risk management, and definitely
Thank
pursue
you
that.
very much. And also, thank you for the officer for helping us out.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 20, also Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 2308-0076, case address 1147 Northwest 17th Street, owner Tarlock Sangera Roth IRA, in care of Equity Trust Company, posted at property 21724, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number and address as read by the clerk. Your Honor, this case was first inspected on August 3rd, 2023, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-304B, parking on a lawn dirt surface prohibited. There are vehicle trailers parked on the lawn grass area. The gravel driveway is run through. Grass and weeds are going through it. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 18-1 is in compliance. Violation 24-27B is in compliance. A notice of hearing was posted on property on February 16, 2024, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 22nd, 2024, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days for violation 9-304B, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter, and 28 days for violation 9-305B, or fine of $50 each day thereafter.
Okay, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. I own that property. That's my Roth IRA property, and I didn't live there. It was rented out, and I kept warning the people to maintain the property. They did not. And now I didn't renew their lease anymore, so they are out.
Okay.
And all I'm asking for is 60 days extension, because I have 4 surgeries coming up. My health is bad. 60 days extension so I can repair all the violations and call the inspector to come and check everything out.
Okay, so there's parking on the lawn that needs to be taken care of.
Not anymore, ma'am.
Okay, so that should not be a problem within 28 days then. But there's grass and weeds that have grown through.
That's being taken care of as of now.
Okay, so that
Yes,
should
sir.
not be a problem within 28 days. And the landscape of the property is not being maintained as well. Those are your only two, and there are areas of dead and missing ground cover.
That's
including
being
the
taken
square.
care of. So all I'm asking is 60 days extension so I can have that taken care of because I have to go for surgeries, please.
Your Honor, we're going to stay with the 28 days on, if we can see some kind of compliance, then if additional time is needed, then we can grant additional time, but we're going to ask for 28 days for now.
Okay, it seems like they're pretty simple fixes and that you're already in the process of it. So I'm going to do March 28th, the compliance date for each of those 2 violations, or $50 a day. If you run into a problem, reach out to the inspector for additional time.
Okay, so I have until 28th of
March 28th.
March 28th to repair all the violations.
There's
and
not many. You have the gravel in the driveway is worn through, grass and weeds are growing through it. You have to remove the cars if they're not removed already. And the landscape of the property is not being maintained and in need of well-kept parents. There are dead and missing ground cover, including the swale area.
That's being taken care of right now.
Okay, so it seems as if you're on your way to getting compliance.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very
All right,
much.
good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 18. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 230705553, case address 1795 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Rudolph Thompson and Derek Thompson and all others, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Morning.
Good morning. Have the city explain it.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. This property was first inspected in July 19, 2023, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A is still in violation, which is there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris in the property in its swell. And violation 18-1, there are tables, chairs, plywoods, boxes, a refrigerator, and other miscellaneous items stored under the carport at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property may or reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten or endangers the public health or safety or welfare, or may adversely affect or impair the economic welfare of the adjacent properties. Violation 9-280H1 is in compliance. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and its well. Violation 9-306.
Wait, is 305B still not in compliance?
Still not in compliance. Okay. And violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia boards, awnings, are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior walls that have stained and missing peeling paint. Violation 18-4C is in compliance. At this time, the city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12A, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. For violation 18-1, the city is requesting 10 days for compliance, or a fine for $50 each day thereafter. And for violation 9-305B, the city is requesting 28 days, or a fine of $50 each day thereafter. And violation 9-306, 28 days as well, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, this is your opportunity to respond.
Yes, my name is Rudolph Thompson. And all that's right there been cleaned up.
I'm sorry?
The things that he's saying now, that's been taken care of. Only thing left now is basically for me to do the facial boards.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to order.
But I also have pictures, like you want to see the updates. Because I spoke to him last week and was trying to get additional, because I just missed him by 20 minutes or an hour or something.
Okay. Well, you don't have any fines. Okay. What they're
Yes.
asking for is 10 days compliance. So.
Yes, but everything's been complied except
Right,
the
so
facial
that's
boards.
great, and all he has to do is go out and re-inspect,
Yes, okay.
and in that 10 days, it'll give him that time, and it'll be closed if it's in compliance.
All righty.
Okay. So based on the inspector's testimony, I'm going to give 10 days compliance, date or $50 a day for violation 1812-A, violation 18-1, and I'm going to give 28 days or $50 a day for violation 9-305B and 9-306. Okay?
Excuse me. On the, how many regulations you say now? But my sister would like to say something,
you currently still have four violations.
for the facial boards,
You have overgrowth grass,
all
trash,
that's completed.
Okay, so like she said, the inspector's going to come out and reinspect.
But can I get an extension to the more than 10 days for the facial boards? Cause I'm gonna have to buy that.
You have 28 days for
Okay,
that.
thank you.
And 28 days for the land. And 28 days for the landscaping as well.
Okay, on the for us, what do you mean by the landscape? You talking about the swell area?
Anywhere on the property where the grass is dead or the grass is missing, where you can see the dirt. So we need to have living ground cover. The code reads that you must have living ground cover.
This right here, this is what, right here, hold it. This is what the city done when they repaired, when they did the sidewalk there. That's why if you see grass, it was everywhere else. And the mail lady, if you look to your right from this point of view, you'll see a track is running through there. This is what the mail lady and then all the other people is creating. Not me. No one's parks there. No one even really comes to my house in the last 3 years or so. So all that should be filled in. But due to other people traffic, and then if you go to the other side of the swell, which me and my neighbor are having a dispute about, he have constant parking. That's why I have that plywood there, which they keep running over and moving it. So I put that there to deter them from eating up my grass. If you look, I had grass there. But now since y'all moved the meter over to my side, it was further down the sidewalk. Now that it's next to my meter, he considered that to be his property, and that's why the ground has been deteriorated through his company, not my family or friends. It's someone else. That's why I put that piece of 2x4 there to deter them from diving into my property, because they'll come right across my driveway and park right there and kill the grass. Because they'd be there for hours enjoying themselves as the next door company, not my company.
So,
Magistrate, Supervisor asked for the city of Fort Lauderdale. So the property line is not determined by something being placed there. We actually go on Broward County property appraisals to determine.
Because of the people are diving in through my driveway and parking there. That's my driveway, the blacktop.
So I'm responding to the fact that you said that he deemed it to be his property. So we don't go by property. We don't go by property lines what somebody deems to be their property. We actually go by Broward County property appraisers, wherein the property line starts and stops, and anything adjacent to your property, as far as the right of way, the property owner is responsible for the maintenance of it.
I feel you. So how do you stop the neighbor from having his company from tearing up my stuff? I spoke to the guy. This before this even arrived. I already spoke to him.
That would be a civil dispute between you and the neighbor.
I don't want to even be here today. Going to more courts.
But it's beyond.
But I've tried to be reasonable with my neighbor. He's a foreigner. He don't care. Because I guess that's how they live back where they came from. But I'm asking him not to. But once you speak to someone, ain't nothing. The end result is, like you say, a civil lawsuit or something, or get it rendered. But hey, why we just can't talk? And I say, stop having your company and put the grass. Because when he came out last week, 2 weeks ago, I asked him. I walked to my neighbor. I called him over and say, "Excuse me, you need to replace the grass." The first thing he did, and went on about his business. And I did and wait to tell you so he could come over there and get on his behind instead of harass me about that swell, because I had grass until his company. So that's what I like to say, and I'm done. And I hope you come by and see me.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry. That's my witness. That's my witness. Yeah, a neighbor. I don't know. What I'm saying is I got a witness to when my thing was done.
Okay.
I got a witness to when I was complete.
So, Magistrate, we're ready to recall that
if he
case
wants
that the
to-
respondent is talking about. We can recall that case now.
Okay.
We made a decision on the amount that we're going to impose, and we have calculated that due to the lack of the photographs that we have today, that the city will ask for administrative costs, because we at least want the administrative costs that for the previous hearing and for the inspections that was done. The administrative cost total cost is $497.
Page 37.
Thank you. We need to call back into the record.
I'll call it back in. We're recalling.
Thank you.
Recalling case number CE 23080419, case address 1805 Northwest 16th Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're now seeking the administrative cost, which is how much?
Yes, $497 is the amount of administrative costs. That's what the cost for the city as far as the hearings and the inspections that was conducted.
Okay, so the city is waiving the fine. They're no longer seeking the fine. They just want the administrative cost, which is the cost of them going out to the property and all the hearings costs. So that's what they're reduced to $497.
But they drive around the neighborhood regardless.
They have a.
They're already in the neighborhood.
No,
that was my witness. He literally is across the yard from my house every day. Every day.
Okay. Again.
But I understand what she's saying, but you're already coming by. You're already in the neighborhood.
But they made they drove specifically to your property.
Right, but just because you stop at my yard doesn't mean that you should charge me for it.
I don't make a determination how the city comes about with their administrative costs. If they're telling me they have administrative costs, you explain what they were. Those are administrative costs.
Explain the administrative costs. We didn't even add the hearing for today. We only added the previous hearing because it's already been to a hearing, and for the amount of inspections that was done, which was a total of 9. Our administrative cost is $83 for a hearing and $46 for the actual inspection, which totals $497, and that's what the city is requesting.
And it's certified.
And the certified.
And the certified mail.
Certified
The cost
mail,
for that,
yes.
Oh, you charge me for sending me mail?
The certified mail, it costs the city to mail. Yes, that's included in
I've
our
never received any
administrative
certified
costs.
mail from anyone. I never received any certified mail. I get a slip in the mailbox, but I've never received certified mail.
Okay, they have an itemization of all the costs incurred. I'm reducing it to $497 to be paid by March 28th. If you don't in agreement with that, then I guess you could request amnesty for that. But that's what I reduced the fine to, is $497.
This is a travesty to these communities, man.
Our next case, page 19, Inspector Bovary-Xantis, case number CE 23080068. Case address 942 Northwest 14th Court. Owner DeJose Dylan Velaz and Dennis Peralta Reyes. Posted at property 21524. Posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Hi.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. Property was first inspected in August 2nd, 2023, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. Violation 9-313 point is in compliance. Violation 9-304B, parking on the lawn dirt surface prohibited. There are cars and trailer and boats parked on the grass lawn area. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. Violation 9-308B is in compliance. Violation 9-308A is in compliance. Violation 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this property. There is outdoor storage, including but not limited to cars, car rims, toolbox, and other miscellaneous items. This is not permitted per ULDR of this RS8 zone, single family. The city is requesting for this property for violation 9-304B, 10 days to comply or fine of $50 each day thereafter. For violation 9-305B, 28 days or $50 each day thereafter. For violation 47-34.1.8.1, 28 days, as I mentioned, and a fine of $50 each day thereafter.
What about 18-4C? The last one, 18-4C.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 18-4C is in compliance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Denise Peralta. I'm nervous, sorry.
Okay, so do you understand that you're giving, the city's requesting that under 9-304B in violation -9305B that you get into compliance within 10 days, or that you have $50 a day fine, and that on violation 47-34.1A1, you have to become into compliance by 28 days, which would be March 28th, or there'll be a fine of $50 a day. And the other date was March 10th for the 10 days, by the way.
So, with the lawn, we want to, I spoke to the inspector and I mentioned to him that we wanted to do gravel because we have like where the weeds and stuff is growing, we have rock already there, but obviously we have to maintain that. So we wanted to cover the front as well with rock. Obviously we need a permit for that. So we wanted to submit the permit and get everything covered in rock because my husband does work construction, so it's just better to have that space there for him in terms of that. Because there's supposed to be rock right there, but
Is that
obviously...
as the 305B? Is that the one is the rock for?
Yeah, that's 305B right there.
Okay.
Yes.
And how much time do you need to get into compliance for that one?
Well, the gravel is a little bit pricey, but we're looking to see that if maybe 60 days would be okay, then we are already starting to work on that. It's just a matter of getting obviously familiar with the permits. We've never done this before, so this is our first time here.
Okay. All right. So do you have any objection to that?
If that's okay.
Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. This case was opened in August of last year, correct? So
Correct.
we've had like quite a while for it to come into compliance. So the city is going to be remiss to say 28 days for her to start the process because that should be enough time to go through the permitting process as well if permit is required.
Okay. Honestly, I was not aware that that we had to come in compliance to a certain date. When we received the notice, obviously we try to do everything as fast as possible, but we didn't know when, the inspection was going to happen again or anything like that. Not that we weren't supposed to already have it done, but, it was just a matter of financial situations. We
Okay,
hadn't
so
paid the
I'm going to
mortgage.
do this. On all three violations that are outstanding, I'm going to give you till March 28th to comply, or $50 a day, which is the 28 days, and I'll do a notice to reappear so that you can give us a progress report of what's going
Okay.
on. Okay?
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, do I speak with you later, or I don't know?
You'll get an order in the mail.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Our next case, page 35, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 21100122, case address 2800 Northwest 20th Street, owner G.W. and Helen R. Leslie. This case was first heard 3/24/22 to comply by 7/22/22. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $25 per day for a total of $14,650. 2 sections complied at $25 per day for a total of $9,350. $24,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Code Inspector Patrice Jolly presenting case CE 211-00122 for the property located at 2800 Northwest 20th Street. This case was last heard on October 26th with the magistrate ruled for the city. I reached out to Rebuilding Broward, which is a nonprofit organization that offers assistance for county residents who are unable to comply their violations, who are elderly and military. So I reached out to them to see if they can help to get this property cleaned up and these things removed from the backyard and around the property. The respondent who was here, he was willing to receive the assistance. So I reached out to them last week, and I'm awaiting actual date and response on time to see how long it would take them to help them with the issues. So I'm just asking if we can have just a stay of fines and a mandatory reappearance.
Okay. When do you want them to reappear and how long?
56 days.
Okay,
I
so I'll
should
do
hereby-
a stay of fines. And well, I'm sorry, you want to state your name for the record? Is there anything you want to say?
Well, my name is Gene Leslie, owner of the property, along with my wife. But I just wanted to say that I appreciate Mr. Jolly trying to work along with us as best as he can. And I guess he's in the same situation as me. He said he had told me that he was going to have some people that was going to come out to help me, and right now I'm still waiting on them to respond back to me.
Yeah.
So that then they can come out and see just what I need done.
Yeah.
And we can be able to work along with it. And so I had also texted Mr. Jolly yesterday to ask him if he could give us text me or whatever the outstanding violations that we have, so that they would know. And
Okay, so he's going to help you.
Yeah,
that's what
I'll
he
send the
said.
information to them.
So what I'm going to do is any of the fines that are running, we're going to stop the fines today, okay? And we're going to come back. I'm going to have you come back April 25th for a progress report to see what's going on, okay? And we won't deal with the fines yet, okay? He's just going to try to help you. He knows that you need help. So the fines are stopping today, and we're going to come back on April 25th for a progress report, okay?
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Our next case, page 26, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 231200003, case address 630 Northwest 10th Terrace, owner PE Investments 1 LLC, posted at property 2524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524. We do not have a respondent, but Inspector Kasarowicz will read it in.
Thank you.
Good morning. Captain Robert Kasarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 23120003. Property address 630 Northwest 10th Terrace. Property site in reference to NFPA 1 13.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person within the past 12 months. We're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, so entered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 22040523, case address 1470 North Dixie Highway, owner Wisteria Court Condo Association, Inc. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 5/25/23. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 3/1/2024.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22040523, property address 1470 North Dixie Highway. As of today, the following violations remain. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. The structural parts, including facial soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, and peeling paint. On 10/9/2023, property owners pulled building permit CRES 2309-0002 for the exterior wall repair and waterproofing. I would like to submit my photos into the record. The city is requesting fines to start on May 1st, but I did speak to the contractor who stated that the building should be painted and complied within the next couple of days. So the owners, the representatives are here to request for extension of time before the March 1st.
Okay.
Dale Clapperson for the building. I'm the property manager. Yeah, this has been a concrete restoration project that we've been doing. We just started the painting yesterday. I'm expecting maybe a week to 2 weeks on the painting, and we should be done with the project.
Okay. All right, so you had an original compliance date. I'm trying to find it here.
It's been a lot.
Yeah. Okay, so, so I'll grant additional time to comply. You need 2 weeks, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see. Why don't we do 28 days? I'll make it easier.
Thank you.
March 28th, or your fine of $50 a day will run, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thanks.
Our next case, page 33. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2306-0122, case address 825 Northeast 18th Street, owner Edward Baptista. This case was first heard 10/26/23 to comply by 11/5/23 and 11/30/23. One section complied at $100 per day, $2,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good afternoon. Inspector Jean-Claude Noel with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230-60122. Case was first heard on October 26, where the magistrate found the city giving, where the magistrate found for the city giving to November 5th to comply by or a fine of $100 per day per violation. Property was re-inspected November 16th, 2023, and the violation remained. Property came into compliance on December 1st, 2024. The city is requesting full imposition of fines of $2,600.
Good morning.
Hello. The whole thing was I had a pool contractor who was doing this job, and the original owner of the company lost the company because he was selling the pools for less than what they were being built for, so he was basically committing fraud. And another company took it over, so I was in the process of that. And when they were supposed to come to finish that, I had to wait until they could come to coat the pool so the pool could be filled with water to be operating. So I kind of couldn't do anything myself to fix it. I was under the new owner who took the company over under their control before they came and had it coated and filled. And as soon the day they came to do that, I called the inspector to come to see it, to try to stop the fine. But I had no control over what was going on with the pool. And this pool was supposed to be finished in 6 months, and it took almost 2 years for this to get completed. So I had to go through all this on and on with the house torn up and torn apart before it got to this point, which is now it's finished. But it was,
What are the administrative costs on this one?
It's going to be $718, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to
Your
read you.
Honor, I think why we asked for the full imposition is because pool structures left in this type of disrepair are extremely dangerous, and it's a life safety issue. So that's why we're asking for the imposition.
Was this your predecessor who did that? I'm trying to figure out. You were explaining that somebody else was doing it, and then.
well, the pool contractor I hired to build the pool. The original contractor had to give up the company because it went bankrupt, basically, and somebody else bought the company. And the new owners were the ones finishing the job. But if that pool was left in this condition for quite a while, and I had no control over having to get it done because I couldn't fix it myself. And then the new guy took over, and I told him, you got to get this pool coated and filled, even though it was fenced off. But he said they still had to have water in it for safety reasons, and to try to get the pool finished.
Did you have to sue them, or did you lose money when you had to change pool companies?
Well, I didn't. Well, yeah, it still never was finished completely. The patio decking was not done right, and some of the things they were supposed to do wasn't done right. And we're in the process of probably going to try to sue them, but I didn't purposely neglect getting the pool.
Okay, I'm going to
reduce the solution, Your Honor, is to cover that pool, not have just a little flimsy pseudo fence around it, because again, it creates
be a life safety issue.
danger. So the solution, while especially if it had been going on for 2 years, would be to cover that unfinished pool so that it's more secure and safe.
Was the homeowner advised to do that? Was he given?
I did put a better fence around it. I did put a better structure fence around it with cemented 2x4s and the safety netting, higher fence secured around it. That picture's not shown, but
Is the pool behind that wood fence? I'm trying to understand. Is it behind the wood fence, the pool, or is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but then that has no fence. I'm a little confused. That's like a little. Is that because that's
what it was?
That was the previous picture. Magistrate Supervisor asked for the city of
so
Fort
the
Lauderdale,
wood fence is what he did to get into compliance.
Yes.
it was the better safety fence to try to get in compliance and said, no, that's not good enough. And then I had the wood fence put up.
Okay. All right, I'm still comfortable. I'm going to reduce the administrative cost to $718 to be paid by March 28th, okay?
Thank you very much.
Our next case, page 15, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 23090799, case address 430 Royal Plaza Drive, owners Jonas and Lori Spector, posted at property 2724, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Bernstein Sandberg for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23090799. Property address 430 Royal Plaza Drive. This case came in as a complaint during high tide. I inspected this property on October 6, 2023, and cited for the following violations: 47-19.3 F5. The seawall of this property was breached, allowing tidal water to enter the property and to impact adjoining properties and/or the public right-of-way. This breach may be as a result of a disrepair in the seawall or the seawall being below the minimum elevation. Property owners shall not allow tidal waters entering their property to impact adjacent properties or public right-of-way. Inspection report was posted on the property and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA record. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 23, 2024 and found the violation is not in compliance. There is a residential new construction permit, BLD RNC 23120074, submitted to the city on 12/27/2023. I spoke to the contractor via phone, and he stated he would be submitting a permit for the new seawall, but the process is still under review through the EPA in the county. As soon as that process is complete, they would submit a permit to the city for the new seawall. I would like to submit the photos onto the record. The city is requesting 365 days for the completion of the seawall and $100 a day after.
$100 a day.
Yes.
And 365 days for what date? What's the starting date?
What was the date?
Supervisor Bass from the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. To the inspections.
Give me a second.
So you can see the data that was cited. Go to the inspections.
I would say next year.
This case was first opened September.
So it'd be October.
Yeah. August 12th. This case was first opened August 12, 2023. That's where it says violation found. Go to violation. Where was the violation found? October 6, 2023, Magistrate. So we're asking for 365 days from the date that the violation first existed. So that would be that they need to comply by October 6, 2024.
October 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Lori Spector for the record, and my husband Jonas. Did we just start talking? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So this is a vacant property, as you can see. We're in the process of getting a permit in, as our inspector noted. We live in West Broward, so we're not able to just see the property every single day. But as soon as we found out about the seawall breach, we were shocked, obviously, because this is something I've never seen before. But when driving to the property, I noticed that all of Las Olas was flooded with 6 to 8 inches of seawater above, where it should be, off the street. So there's also just plenty of articles citing Nancy Gassman, CBS National News, about all the seawall breaches that happened that were 6 to 8 inches above where they normally would be during a king tide. This was a king tide and a full moon. Never before had we ever known that the seawall had ever breached before, namely something to this effect. So it was the first time we ever heard that water had gone over the seawall. So as soon as we were notified about it, we started contacting contractors to gather bids. We met with 3 contractors at the property. We have the bids with us. In December 28th of 23, an environmental resource license was applied for through Broward County through their Resilient Environment Department for a 100-foot seawall with 598 square feet of dock space. File number DF241001 with the Chappelle Group as the engineering firm. The county will be able to issue the license along with the verification of exemption on behalf of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection with the SPGP, which is a state programmatic general permit, which will be issued on behalf of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers as soon as they complete their processes, which are in the works right now. On January 19th of this year, we received a letter from the city, from you all, indicating that we should submit a building permit to demonstrate progress toward repairing the defect within 60 days of the notice, or it could be scheduled for a hearing before the special magistrate. We did do all we could do before the hearing would take place. However, our hands are tied since we're waiting for the county to perform what they need to do with the engineering work in the order of operations that need to proceed in. We applied with the county within the 60-day time frame since we submitted 3 weeks prior to the January 19th notice date. Inspector Bernstein is, Bernstein, am I saying that right?
Yes.
Is aware of all of this. We unfortunately cannot apply until such time as the structural information is approved, which our seawall contractor is currently working on as of our email, I think it was yesterday, that we received from the contractor. This is the last item that will be needed until we can submit to the city for the permit. And we also received an RAI. I don't know what an RAI stands for, but our contractor told us to mention that.
So yes, thank you. Well, we do understand a lengthy process anytime it's anything dealing along the waterway. That's why it's usually 365 days from the date to give you time to go through Broward County Corps of Engineers, because we know you have to go through that process as well. So we're asking for a compliance date of October. Of course, if we run into any issues prior to then, you can always reach out to us to get put back on the agenda to ask for additional time if the permitting process takes longer than needed necessary. Okay.
Okay, is there any way we can waive having to come in again every 3 months if we can submit documentation to somebody specifically to show that we're moving forward?
So we're not asking you to come in every 3
okay,
months. So it's just
Yeah, I'm not asking you to come in. I'm just
right.
going to have a compliance date of October 6th, 2024, with a fine of $100 a day. If you run into a problem and you need additional time, reach out to them and they will then give you additional time.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And we'll get put back on an agenda because once the magistrate makes the order, we have to go by her order, but we get put back on her agenda so she can grant additional time if it extends beyond that October time frame.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 40. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 23050960, case address 1301 Northeast 4th Avenue, owner RS Holdings 2 LLC. First heard 9/28/23 to comply by 11/30/23. One suspension from 11/30/23 to 2/29/24. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fine start 3/1/24, and this is in order to reappear.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23050960, property address 1301 Northeast 4th Ave. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the following violations remain. 47-20.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The asphalt parking lot has crack holes, oil stains, and wires sticking out of the ground. The property owners have submitted permit BLD-CALT-23110043, commercial alteration permit on December 1st, 2023. I would like to submit the photos into the record. The city is requesting 91 days stay of fines and a mandatory appearance. This property is a commercial property. They wanted to install gas pumps, and in order for them to do the parking lot, they have to do the gas pump first, which is why they're having the permits. So I'm not sure where in the process the permit is in. The owners are here to kind of give that detailed information.
Okay. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Lola Khalikova. Just like the inspector stated, we were notified by the inspector by several violations, which included the landscape violations and building painting and parking area violations as well. We did have a dispenser in the area where the parking lot is disturbed, and the dispenser was knocked down by the truck a while back ago, and we're trying to put the dispenser back and actually put a new canopy in that area as well with the additional dispenser. We did take care of all other concerns and landscaping, and I know the pictures you have here right now is not really showing the end result. Everything was in violation, when that was in violation was fixed. So outside of parking area, I think there is no other violations that are right now. We were asked to reappear back in November 29th, which I did via Zoom. And that's the day we submitted the permits to the city, and we're in communication with the city back and forth. Some departments, one of the departments got the approval, some of them have additional questions. They requested the geotech report, which we're trying to get for them right now. I actually flew in to have a meeting with the city at 2 p.m. today. I'm meeting with Benjamin. He's a senior director for the planning department to discuss how we can expedite this process and get the permits as soon as possible so we can start the construction and get it moving and get it repaired.
Okay, well, the city is seeking a compliance date of May 30th, 2024, of $500 a day, and for you to reappear on May 30th, 2024, okay?
We, even if the city is going to give us the go-ahead of approval for our plans, there is no way we will be able to put dispensers by May 2024.
Right, so what we need you to do is to stay in contact with the city. You're going to have to reappear on May 30th, 2024, and at that time, if there's progress, then we'll give you another compliance date.
Okay, you will extend the dates.
Yeah,
okay.
We just want to see that you're moving towards compliance, okay?
Absolutely.
So just know that May 30th is your compliance date with the fine of $100 a day, but you need to come back on May 30th and give us a progress report and stay in touch with the inspector if there's, any issues that you're having.
And fines will start May 20th forward if we don't appear.
When you come to the hearing, if you're not in compliance, then we can, give you a new compliance date if the city finds that you're moving towards getting into compliance.
Okay, understood.
Okay, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 32, Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, case number CE 23080380, case address 643 Northeast 18th Avenue, owner Good Service Realty, Inc., in care of Ingeborg Leatherberry. This case was first heard 10/10/23 to comply by 10/13/23 and 10/20/23 and 11/14/2023. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $10,500 accrued. 3 sections complied at $100 per day, $4,400 accrued. $14,900 accrued. $38,450 imposed on 1/25/24. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning and afternoon, rather. Inspector Del Grosso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and addressor is read. So a month has passed, and as of yesterday, I went to the property, and I noted that the owner has made some meaningful progress with complying the exterior violations, I could say the landscaping, but not completely. And there's still trash and debris. So unfortunately, I was unable to comply the matter yesterday because the property still needs some work to be in compliance.
Okay, so you want to go through each of the violations that are still not in compliance?
Correct.
Right, so, yeah, Paulette, please go ahead and state the violation code and the ones that are not in compliance so we can ask for imposition of fines. I'm going to start for the fines to continue to accrue for the ones that are not currently in compliance.
So the violations that are still not in compliance, 1812A, trash and debris, 9-305B, the landscaping at the property is not being maintained, and there's still missing areas of ground cover. And 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There is still some missing and peeling paint and some dirty areas. So I explained all of that to the property manager, who is present today. Yesterday, we went over quite a bit of the issues in detail, and I expect that he will still need some clarification today.
Okay, this is your opportunity to respond.
Good afternoon. This is, as soon as I have the paper.
Sir, can you state your name first, please? Can you state your name, please? And no. Just state your name. Your name.
What's your name?
What's your name?
Oh, my name is Laszlo Aspirani.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon. As soon as I get the paperwork for what we have to be done, all the things what is shows in the paper, we have done. Only one thing what is not what just show in the picture right now. This is only one thing what is I don't understand in the paper, but right yesterday she explained to me. So soon as possible, I'm gonna take care of everything. But the new things she show me, you know, because before we don't have the windows, the other things, but we did a lot of work for around the house and in the house, and whatever we have complained about for the tenants, send me a lot of email for what he said. They have all the complaint, what
Supervisor Bass.
Fort Lauderdale was there for animal control is cleared out. The police was there, invited to the house, but never find any problem. And the state official from Tallahassee received anonymous report, multiple different violations. He cooperated, and the investigator came and see inside and outside. They find no problem. All the allegations get cleared. Child Protective Service has
Magistrate,
received anonymous phone call.
The only reason I'm interrupting because
Some
he's speaking
things
of
we
something.
cooperate with investigation.
Sir, 1 second.
The reason why I'm interrupting is because he's speaking on terms outside of what this case is here for. He's speaking on things that happen with the tenant themselves, which I don't think should be displayed in this hearing. That has nothing to do with the case before
Correct.
you.
We have property maintenance issues. So what you're testifying to is really irrelevant to this case. So I'm more concerned with all these property maintenance issues that you still have some outstanding. So if you want to address those property maintenance issues, I'm happy to hear your testimony, but the testimony that you're giving is not relevant to property maintenance issues.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, if I may, since we have the slide regarding the window right now, and he brought up that wasn't on the paper before, it is considered a part of the exterior. Since the home has been repainted, as you can see around the windows, all of that needs to be it needs to be cleaned up, the edges. So, and he was aware of that. He said with a razor he could get that dried paint off. So that's why I specifically took a photo of that as an example of still some of the cleaning that he needs to do, as well as the dirt around the bricks there. So that's been painted partially. It's not completely painted. And I explained that there's still a lot of dirt and mildew there, as well as another slide that I believe came after that about some of the debris in the yard.
Okay, I see neighbors that want to testify again, sir, so if you don't mind stepping aside so I can have the neighbors testify.
Good morning. My name is Skeet Jernigan. I'm a neighbor on 18th Avenue. What we have here is an ongoing problem, and it's a long-term problem. So the solutions are not going to come quick and fast, especially because we're dealing with a landlord that perhaps has some issues communicating and making sure that the people that are attempting to help her or know what they're doing and do it correctly and properly. I mean, be very honest, they're trying to do it on the cheap, and they're getting exactly what they're paying for. They have in the last couple of weeks, they have painted the front wall of the house, and they have repaired the fence in the front by putting a coat of paint on it. The spalling that was mentioned in one of the maintenance to the balcony has not been repaired. It's been covered up with paint. The problems with air conditioners falling out of the windows still exist. Specifically, I'll say to you that the window unit air conditioner on the balcony on the front of the house has an old air conditioning case in it that's this big, and then they've inserted a new replacement air conditioner in there that's this big. And so you can see there from the picture what it is. Now, yesterday they had a tarp hanging over that, but I guess in the night it blew off because it's laying on the balcony this morning. Virtually nothing, in fact, I'll say absolutely nothing has happened in the backyard. Nothing has happened to the fence on the three sides of the backyard. Nothing has happened in the backyard relative to cleaning up anything. And what I would like to do is give the special magistrate a copy of some photographs that were taken yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, right. That's right. Yes, sir.
And then so just for reference, I'll start with the first one. This is a photograph taken by the backyard neighbor over the fence. And in this photograph, you can see, again, air conditioners sticking out of the window and old tarps or something there to the left-hand side and overgrown bushes. The next picture is of the fascia and the roof, which is in significant disrepair, and the vines and leaves and things hanging down from the trees. The next photograph is similar to the first, but it's just a little bit clearer. You can see these dilapidated party shelters or whatever they are, and the busted up back door, and the paint and fabric and all hanging down. And then there's another one of those. Now, the fence is in tremendous disrepair. In all honesty, the fence must be replaced. It's falling down. The 4x4s that hold it up in many cases are rotted at the ground level. There are slats missing. There are cracks in the fence. And the last photograph, I think it's the last one, next to last one, shows where the slats are missing and holes in the fence. One additional item, and I don't know really if this, I don't know what the status of this kind of an item is in the front, they removed some of the fence, and in doing so, they exposed a storage shed. So now the fence, which originally went in front of the storage shed so that you couldn't see it, now you can see it. In fact, they're using the side of the storage shed as part of the fencing enclosure, meaning that they ran the fence up to the storage shed, and then the storage shed sits there, and I don't know what's on the back of it because I can't see that. And as far as the landscaping is concerned, the backyard is all dirt. There's no ground cover back there. It's way overgrown. The fence is falling down. The back of the house has some major masonry problems and problems with the installation of the air conditioner. The spalling on the balcony has not been repaired, and there's They have put the garbage cans behind the fence, so that's a victory. There is no landscaping at all on the property, and the flower boxes and whatever, there's, with the exception of one little periwinkle that volunteered up and is struggling to be nice and pretty in a desert of debris. We still have problems with this property. And I think that...
What about the kennels? Because that was a big concern with the kennels and the...
Well, we're unclear about that as of today. We've been told by the tenant that the tenant who said there weren't ever 3 dogs there said yesterday to a neighbor that one of the dogs has been sent to North Carolina, and therefore there are only 2 dogs there now. The kennels are still in the yard. They're still excrement in the kennels. They don't clean up after them on a regular basis.
There's still a smell?
It still smells terrible, and the neighbor that's closest is going to speak to you. Just as an aside, we never ever see the dogs getting walked. So they're staying outside in the kennel all the time. So we would like to see some minor recognition that something has happened, but really emphasize to the owner that you can't do this on the cheap, and you got to go get it done. It's got to get done. The fines are going up and up, yeah, and the fines, in my opinion, reflect the misery, a payment for the misery that the neighbors have to put up with. So when it comes time to talk about fines and whether or not they should be reduced, this is a woman that owns a lot of expensive properties in the city, and we will oppose any reduction in fines.
Yeah, I'm not reducing any fines today. Don't worry.
Okay.
It's not.
So that's where we are. There's a couple of other people that would like to speak. I appreciate your time.
Okay. Thank you for coming.
So prior to the supervisor asked for the city, prior to them speaking, you asked about the kennel and what's going on with that. So just for the record, we did send animal control out there, and they found that it was nothing citable there. They found that the animals that were there were in good condition and good living condition. So
When
we
was
sent
that?
them out there.
When was that, Inspector Bass?
Oh.
Let me see. Supervisors.
If I may,
I'll look it up while you continue, while the rest of the
Okay,
neighbors-
and I would love for you to address the fence as well, because the pictures that he showed us are different than the pictures that are up here.
right. If I may address the kennels, I can attest yesterday when I was there that the tenant confirmed 2 of the dogs have been moved to North Carolina. I heard one dog barking in another part of the backyard, and I said, I thought your dogs were gone. And he said, oh, well, I have one dog there, but I can have a dog, right? And I said, well, yeah, there's no issue with you having a dog. But the 2 that were the problem, or, causing the nuisance as far as the odor and the excrement and that kind of thing, they've been removed from the premises.
Were you able to go to the backyard?
He showed me where the kennel was. I didn't go inside the fence because he said that he just didn't want to open. He said there was bulk trash back there, and he didn't want me in the back. He said he's still continuing to clean.
Okay.
It's also a no trespassing sign up, which means the inspector cannot go back there with a no trespassing sign. That's for legalities unless invited to go back there.
Right, and so I was able to look from the fence line to see that the dogs were no longer there.
But my issue with
but
if
Paula,
they don't
with
allow
that,
her
what
to
he
go-
does is he moves the dogs away, and then you guys come and check, and then he brings the dogs back.
If they don't
Because
al-
I'm the one who lives next door.
If they didn't allow her to go to the backyard, I can't find compliance. Because then there's no proof that the actual fence has been corrected. Because if we're looking at homeowners that are able to kind of get pictures, those pictures clearly show the fence is horrible. So they gave you a very limited view of the fence. So I would implore that part is not a compliant, because you under 9-280 you put compliance as of yesterday. 214, but it's not a compliance.
I'm actually working, this case is being worked by another code officer who has taken over the area. And at first blush, from the street, by looking at the exterior fence from the front, I can see why it was complied on February 14th. I was not in the office that day, and I was not the one conducting that inspection. However, I believe, as well as Supervisor Bass, when we spoke about it yesterday, that the fence is not in compliance, in fact, and perhaps upon further review and being there yesterday and documenting the fence from the front as I did, it is in fact not in compliance. And
okay, so we're going to rescind that compliance date of February 14th, so the fine should continue to run, so it's no longer in compliance, that part of the violation, okay? So really the only part that you have, that you testified that's in compliance, which of course we'll address, will be an air conditioning unit on the front second level that has its screen off and foam insulation underneath it.
Actually, Your Honor, excuse me, that is not in compliance.
Okay, so that's no longer in compliance either, so those fines will continue to run as well. And then you also have 6-34, kennels on premises not being maintained in compliance with applicable zoning and licensing provisions. Is the city's position that that's in compliance?
You can't see the cages. How can you say that? There's multiple cages.
Well,
You can't go in the backyard. How can you see the cages?
I could see the cages from the right side of the property.
Here, you came on my property and took pictures of the cages.
And that was, okay, that was at the initial inspection.
And Ms. Bass and Officer Walsh
Correct.
came onto my property and you took pictures.
Right.
Right, okay, but the thing is...
Anyway, let me start.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Okay,
I'm going to let you testify.
Marcia Beard.
I was just going through each of the violations, but...
I am Marcia Beard, and my address is on Victoria Park Road, but my property runs to Northeast 18th Avenue. So I have endured since 1999 all different renters and no property being maintained since 1999. Now here are pictures of the dogs.
When were those pictures taken?
You got to go back to the mic.
Thank you.
July 13, 2022, and I went directly to the neighbor and I knocked on his door and then I left him a note and said that he had to secure his dogs because to me that's too frightening to...
Wait, this is 2022?
22. So I've been dealing with the dog problem and the dog
You just want to give us a history of it. Okay,
but
but I was
I'm just giving
trying
you a little history of it. So I have been dealing with these dogs and I know for a fact that he's had multiple dogs there and he's breeding them because I've seen the puppies and held the puppies. So, and then I've talked to him about the odor because what they do is they just spray it down and put Clorox on it and it smells like dog poop in the front of my house and the back of my house. So I get to endure this 24/7 and it doesn't get taken care of. How many times have we called you and you come by and nothing is done? It still smells like it and the odor is offensive, and I own my home, and why do I need to? Since 1999, I have endured a lot of different renters that have done a lot of things that have lived there, and that's not right. And that's your job to enforce to make sure that things are taken care of.
Okay, well, as of yesterday, when I was there at the fence line, I did not smell any noxious odor.
Oh, okay. So,
okay, but I can empathize
so
with your living next door.
It would be fine
Excuse me,
if you're
Supervisor.
going to be a dog owner.
Supervisor
Bass. What I'm going to suggest, okay, let her onto your property. You live right behind this person, right? And then if you smell something, you can smell it from her property. That would be...
And we did that. And initially, that's why the case was cited this way, because there were odors. Right. Absolutely. We could smell that. So now that the dogs have been removed...
Okay, listen. It would be nice if they took care of their dogs and a normal dog owner picks up their dog's mess after they do it. He lets it sit out there for 2 to 3 days. Then I get the heat, and then, he comes out and sprays or he puts Clorox on there. And okay, so it goes away for 3 days, and then it comes back again. That's not the type of life that I want to be. I can't sit out on my front deck. I can't sit out in my backyard by my pool because I'm smelling it all the time. Or he says he's gotten rid of his dogs in Carolina. Okay, he told me that, and he told me that he's in like Flint with you and JC, which I find that to be annoying because you're supposed to be neutral.
And we are.
I know,
This
okay,
case
but-
has been cited accordingly, and like I said the last time we were all here a month ago, this is our process. This is what.
I understand.
This is what.
Hold on.
I
ma'am.
understand.
No, you
And the
can't
last
speak.
time I
You
spoke
don't
to you, I
have the
told you
floor.
that they were
This is
trying
not-
to be in
ma'am,
compliance.
And with all due respect, this is not a back and forth process.
Okay.
It's the magistrate listening to your testimony, because obviously you're here because it's very important to you, but it's not supposed to be a back and forth debate
No,
with you.
and as I told Paulette, at one time, they were, because I had talked to him and just said, please, you need to keep up with this. And I told you he was trying to be in compliance. But then you guys go away and it goes back to normal.
Right.
And that's where the frustration
and
comes
you've
in.
also told me before, and when I was conducting an inspection, I went over and spoke with you as you were trying to leave your driveway, and you said, "Oh yeah, it's much better. I don't really
I said
smell
he
anything."
I said he was trying to be in compliance, is what I said to you. It's, and yes, and so I give someone the benefit of the doubt if they try to do something,
Right.
but then you go away and it goes back to normal.
Okay.
Supervisor Bass for the city, Fort Lauderdale. You wanted to know the date, Magistrate, that in reference to animal control. So that date was on January 30th. I received the email from the county who said they sent an inspector out to the property. I can read the email in detail if you.
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay. So the response from the supervisor at Animal Control, he said, "Good afternoon. Our officers were able to make contact with the residents at this location regarding the complaint. Officers observed that the dogs on the property to be housed in an enclosure which exceeded the requisite of 240 square feet per county ordinance. Both dogs were observed to be of adequate body condition, and the environment they were being housed in did not contain unsanitary conditions. Officer observed access to clean, potable water for both dogs. While the owners acknowledged that they had engaged in breeding of dogs while living in California, they have not bred the dogs since moving to Broward. The responding officer was unable to identify any sufficient evidence to the contrary to warrant further action requiring breeding at this time. Officers are scheduled to follow up regarding access to additional housing." So that was from the county.
Hi, my name is Jamie Blumquist, and I live next to Marcia, so I'm 2 houses down from the dog people and them. The reason why I'm here is I understand that we've got house issues and those type of things, code violations. I personally am more concerned about the dogs. They are there. We have pictures of, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to print it, but what these cages look like, and maybe it's a situation where Broward County is more lenient on the way a dog should be housed and kept. I think it's inhumane. The dogs still cry. It was 2 days ago. That dog cried from 6 p.m. to 1 in the morning, just crying. It's inhumane. And we get to listen to it. So they aren't cleaning up the poop. Every once in a while, when it gets hot enough, when the sun beats down, you just get a nice whiff. I have 2 rescues. I walk my dogs 3-4 times a day. You get a nice whiff of that coming through. So my concern is mostly for the dogs. And there is trash in the backyard for the areas that they're not showing you. So Denise, who was here, but because the case was heard 4 hours later, because of when they signed in, she wasn't able to stay here, but she's got a clear view into the backyards. There's sofas, there's furniture, there's garbage back there, which then breeds everything else, rats, snakes, so on and so forth.
Do you want to share your pictures from your phone?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's
This is
okay.
the first time that it's actually been, because I assume of everything that's happening, and us taking our time to come here, it has been weed whacked in the backyard. It wasn't there before. Everything was overgrown. So they only show you the areas that they want you. There's 2. You can toggle back and forth, and you can see the cages. They clean it up when they need to.
But the violations are still, the fines are still running. We haven't complied 1812A, which is trash and debris. Fines are still running for that.
Correct, but us just standing up right now, she said the fence was okay, and then she just said, no, it's not. So
The
we have
fence, so she viewed it from the front, and I did review this case with the inspector, and I told her
Thank you.
your same sentiments, that I don't think that the fence should have been complied. So I'm not negating anything you're saying.
Yeah. Let me ask you, you said that how many dogs are you observing now? Because they're testifying that there's only one dog left. So how many dogs are there now?
You can visibly hear 3 different dogs. There's one that's kept, if you're looking at the front of the house, the other side of the house, there's one when you walk by that you can hear. I assume it's the girl one, which does have a broken leg and has had a broken leg for a year, because I've seen it in the front yard before. And then there's 2 on this side, which are closer to Marcia, because you can hear them at each other. You know what I mean?
When did you last hear? Because I don't know when.
2 days ago.
So 2 days ago.
The one on the left-hand side was
still
crying.
have 3 dogs.
Crying.
Okay.
2 days ago, the neighbor told me, because I stay on a friendly, I tried to stay neutral. And he said to me, I've shipped the other dogs to North Carolina. I have 2 left, and they're indoor and outdoor, is what he told me.
2 left. Okay, you're saying it's 3.
Yeah,
okay.
you can hear them. You can hear them whining. I walk my dogs at 6:30 in the morning. You can hear them whining.
Okay.
So,
I appreciate
and in reference to all the other violations, I've watched them. They're putting lipstick on the pig. I mean, it's just.
Well,
something
I was
severe.
really clear at the last hearing that if they weren't in compliance, I was going to increase the daily fines because I think this has gone on way too long. But let me hear from the one more neighbor I see that you have.
I didn't want to come because I just got finished with surgery.
Can you
But anyway,
state
my
your
name
name?
is Kerry Taylor. I live on Victoria Park Road, and I'm catty corner from them. And I don't like get involved with code and all that stuff. But what I try to do is when I have a problem with a neighbor, I talk to my neighbor. Okay? So as soon as the tenants moved in, a year and a half, 2 years ago, as soon as they moved in, as soon as the dogs started barking, as soon as I could not, to this day, which even with this, but I can't get in my pool. My pool is 10 feet away from that fence. And when I believe it was the lady over there came out to my property with you, a year ago or whatever, I mean, I can't go in the backyard. It upsets me. But anyway, I went over there, I talked to the tenant, and I told them, I said, listen, I said, and they're big guys and everything, and they got those pit bulls. But I went up to their door, dogs were barking, and I talked to them, and I said, listen, I said, I live behind you. I said, I can't live like this, you know what I mean? If I can't sleep at night, and I can't get in my pool because of the stink, and all that, right? So then, so the guy tells me, he says, listen, which is terrible, but they moved the dogs to her because of me. Because the pen was right up against my fence, all right? So they moved them over to her. But I went 3 weeks after they moved in and living with it. I said, listen, I drove over to her house in Rio Vista, and I went to your front door, knocked on your door, and you came out, and I talked to her, and I said, listen, I said, nothing for nothing. You got a tenant that just moved in. They're going to tear your house apart because they've got all these dogs over there. The yard is going to be a mess and all that. And I have never had any complaints with her. The other tenant that was there a long time. Those people, the people that belong to the church around the corner from my house. I went over there, talked to them and everything. But I told her, and nothing happened. Nothing. I mean, at least the tenant moved the dogs. But that's what I want to say. It's y'all can feel sorry for her for who she is and how old she is. But she's a smart lady. And there is no way. And as far as the tenant goes, I would be interested in find out what they did in California and why they actually moved back here to Florida, or why they moved to Florida, and if they're doing the same thing to you guys that they did in California and finally got drove out of there. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
So, Magistrate, I can't attest. Supervisor Bass for this.
Go to the microphone, sir. No, speak in the microphone. Speak to in the microphone.
I talked to the tenants yesterday, and she was over there, Miss Paulette, and he get rid of all the things, and all the dog is gone. Okay. Only dogs in the house. That's what he said yesterday. Well. So I can tell you guys, the dogs is gone.
I could tell you at 3 o'clock in the morning, and if you'd like me to start calling the police, I'll call the police when they start
As you
barking.
should. As you should. It's a noise
But I
violation.
don't, because what I did do is I do take videos of them, because we have cameras all around our house, so you can hear those dogs barking. And at 3 o'clock in the morning is when they bark. All right? So don't.
Okay.
I'm telling you, sir.
Okay,
no
so,
more dog.
okay, I've heard it. Okay, so we have
This
two
happened
violations.
yesterday. I'm so sorry for you guys.
No, you're not.
But as I learned,
Okay.
but
I've heard it.
whatever I learned, I did everything in the house, and I'm gonna do everything behind the house.
Okay,
and it's
you know
no
what?
more dogs.
This should have been done already, but let me ask you, there's two violations that I don't know whether or not they're in compliance. Okay, we have 6-34 and just 6-7, because earlier you said they are in compliance. Are they in compliance? Do you need to revisit the property to determine that?
Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. 634 is in compliance. Whether there's 3 dogs or 2 dogs, they would be within the
that's
requirements
fine.
of what the city has, what the city ordinance states. As far as 6-7, the noxious odor, it was complied at one point in time because we did visit the property when the property was revisited.
Okay.
She did not smell it. So
That's
once
fine.
we see a property that's in compliance, it has to be complied. And now if it
Okay.
happens again, it's recited as a repeat violation.
Okay, so what I will say, though, is the inspector testified that 9-280 is not in compliance, okay, nor is 9280 and, 280G and H1. She had changed her testimony that they were no longer in compliance.
Correct.
Okay, so as I stated in at the hearing a month ago, if she were not in compliance, I was increasing all the fines. You're not in compliance. I asked you to be in compliance. This has been going on for a long time. The original violation was when? When was it issued, the original violation?
It was first heard in January.
No, but when was the violation first?
In October.
Oh, is that what it is? August 3. Okay, but it sounds from the homeowners this has been going on for a much longer time and they haven't been cited. So anyway, as far as all the fines are all going to continue, first I'm going to grant the city's request to continue to accrue, okay, and impose the amount. And I'm going to change all the fines. They're all going to go up to $200 a day. And this is what I said at the last hearing. I was going to increase all the fines. I'm going to double the fines until we get compliance, okay? Because we're not getting compliance. You know, you can't do things on the cheap. You're collecting rent. This is a long-standing problem. You have neighbors that have the right to enjoy their home. They're not enjoying their home at the expense of your tenant where you're collecting rent.
I'm going to take care of
Well,
everything, but these new things coming, this power electronic, I'm going to do everything.
Okay, well, I hope that you are, because you have a lot of upset neighbors. You don't live in that home, so you're not, seeing what they're going through. So every violation right now that we have outstanding, the fines are being increased to $200 a day. Okay, so it's a lot of money. I really suggest that you get into compliance, but they will continue to accrue $200 a day as of today.
Your Honor, to clarify, in light of these photographs that were presented, and since they still fall within the code, the sections of the code that have been cited, the owner will be responsible for correcting all of these in the backyard as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then I'll provide these photos to the owner so her assistant here can.
Supervisors Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I'm sorry. We would probably need to also get access from one of those neighbors because we cannot use evidence from the neighbors. We have to use our own evidence.
What I was going to say, sir, over here. So in order for us to for the city to comply many of these components of the violation, when you're in compliance, the inspector is going to need access to the backyard to verify compliance.
I'm going to take care of nothing going to happen.
But I just want to be clear, we're not going to go and bother the neighbors to see if you're in compliance. You need to provide the code enforcement officer access to the backyard to verify everything is in compliance. If we don't have access to the backyard, we're not going to be able to comply the case.
You're going to have.
Okay.
You're going to
Just
have.
wanna be- And for the neighbors, I mean, the animal issue is obviously the noxious odors falls under our maintenance code, but a lot of the issues on how those animals are kept, that is an issue for Broward County Animal Control. We don't have jurisdiction over that. So I would encourage you all to continue to be a squeaky wheel with the county animal control on those issues.
Okay. Which neighbor provided these photos? Okay, Mr.
I
Jarrett.
have a second copy,
Okay.
if you would like to have that. I mean,
If you could hand it to,
We'll keep these
Okay.
if you have yours.
I'm going to increase 1, 2,
We'll keep the photos you gave us and make it a part of the record today.
okay. Thank you again.
thank you.
Yes. Yes, you're
Okay,
correct.
we'll take a 5-minute break.
No, this is, she rescinded that. Oh, yeah, you're right, that one's in compliance. Correct, you're right.
Where's Paulette? Okay. Paulette, you're next. 4. Our next case, page 4, Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, case number CE 2309040, case address 2006 Northeast 19th Street, owner Quan Ling Lee, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good afternoon, Inspector Del Grosso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address is read. This case was first opened last October and 2 code violations were found. 9-280C, the south side wooden sidewalk. Wait, excuse me. Which? 2006. I'm sorry. Have 2 on page 4. One moment. This property was cited on September 16th for the following violations. 47-20.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. 24-27B is now complied. 1812A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swale. An inspection report was prepared and mailed to the owners of record. On October 28th, the owner's representative contacted me to verify what needed to be repaved. I gave him the option of either laying sod in front or obtaining a right-of-way permit to re-gravel, plus a permit for the asphalt on the driveway. A paving permit was submitted in November, and as of January 29th, corrections were made and still under review by city staff. Therefore, the city requests 28 days or $100 a day per violation thereafter.
Can you push the button, sir?
Okay. Is it good? All right. So we now have a issue permit as of February 7th. So I met with the contractor yesterday in person, and we're scheduling to start the work next week, and anticipating the work to be done within the next 30 days. Correct.
To be completed within 30 days, is that what you said? Or
Well, that's what we're expecting, yes.
Okay. Okay, does the city still want to have 28 days? Do you want to give additional time since
Since he's showing forward progress, Magistrate, we will have no, the city will not oppose to 56 days. That's fine.
Okay, that makes more sense. So I'm going to give you a compliance date of April 25th, or $100 a day for each of the violations, which is 56 days, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck to you.
Our next case, page 33, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 22050725, case address 709 Southwest 4th Court, numbers 1 through 7, owner D-Back Investments 4 LLC. This case was first heard 8/25/22 to comply by 12/1/22. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day for a total of $27,300. 1 section complied at $50 per day for a total of $7,300. $34,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning. Inspector Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. At the Special Magistrate on January 25th, 2024, Special Magistrate Cannon denied an extension. Fines began to accrue, and an order to reappear on 2/29 was issued. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 2/28/24, and the violations remained. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines, which continue to accrue.
Hi, my name is Sarah Thompson. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, 14 Southeast 4th Street in the city of Boca Raton. It is my understanding with the, not applicant, I'm sorry, the property owner, it's my understanding that there's some miscommunication and misunderstanding on how this whole process works. He believed that he could deem himself and the property in compliance. He did not really fully comprehend that the code officer has to come out and deem it in compliance himself, which I believe is why it was last minute when Edward, when he came to the property. So obviously I understand that the 2 violations that were remaining are still not in compliance. I believe, to the best of my knowledge, the windows have been delivered. And to the best of my knowledge, this area of Fort Lauderdale does have a lot of historic properties. I am not aware as to whether the property is historic or not, but it is my understanding that if it is, it will have to go in front of the Historic Preservation Board to get approval to install the windows. And I believe also with the landscaping, you'll have to go through permitting to get the driveway installed as well. So obviously, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, keep going.
So obviously I know that there are outstanding factors and there's additional factors that need to be considered. So if possible, I would love to extend the partial imposition of fines, if possible, another 30 days, such as what we had done back in January, which is our position.
So you're asking for additional time to comply, or?
Yes, please, sorry.
Your Honor, the city would be opposed to that, unfortunately. I mean, as you can see from the agenda, it's been pending for 273 days. Not sure why the owner would think he could be in compliance himself, because that statement alone makes no sense, because he's clearly not in compliance. So whether he thought he could be in his own compliance or not, he's not in compliance. The fact that we don't know if it's a historic building, the fact that we don't know a lot of things about it, gives me a little bit of cause for concern, because again, it's been pending just in terms of this hearing, not in terms of the original violation, for almost a year. So I would suggest that Your Honor impose the fines, and then once the owner comes into compliance, they can address those fines at that time.
I agree. I'm going to impose the fines if in the event, he takes the steps to find out whether the building is historic and he's doing whatever he can to get in compliance, reach out to the city, and then, we can readdress possibly stopping the fines. But for right now, I'm seeing nothing that suggests that he is moving fast enough to get in compliance. It's been going on for way too long. Is the city seeking a day to reappear, or do you want just? No. Okay. So just the fines are going to continue to run then.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 2307-0172, case address 1206 Northwest 14th Court, owner Muriel Charles and Jethro Mark, posted at property 21624, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read. Your Honor, this case is in compliance. All violations are in compliance at this time.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I got it wrong. I'm sorry. I do apologize. 1206 Northwest 14th Court, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry about that.
Almost, sir. Sorry.
Case and address were read by the clerk. This property was first inspected on August the 2nd, 2023, and the following were observed. 1206. Hold on. Hi, Your Honor. The following violation were observed. Violation 18-1. There's table, chairs, plastic bins, and other miscellaneous items stored under the carport at this property. That is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect it, impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Violation 18-4C is in compliance. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are standing dirty. The soffits are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior walls that have stained and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. The city is requesting 10 days for compliance for violation 18-1, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter. And for all other violations, the city is requesting 28 days or fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jetro, the owner of the 1206 Northwest 14 Court, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I'm apologize because there is a lot to do at this place. There is a lot of work to be done. We don't have money yet to finish all those stuff. Is why I'm late for the inspection. So I have someone start working already to fix everything, and I was planning to fix everything one time. Now, if you can give me an extension to be done all those work.
Okay, so on the first thing, it's just a matter of clearing out the store. You have in front of the house and the carport, you have tables and chairs and plastic bins. Okay, that you need to take out within 10 days, okay, because that you can do yourself.
The first part, all those already moved, the car and the chair.
Okay, well, you have to call the inspector to have a re-inspection, okay? But on that one, you have 10 days, which is till March 10th, you have a fine of $50 a day. On the exterior walls, how much time do you need to get in compliance? The city's seeking 28 days for your compliance date. Are you going to be done within 28 days?
Do you need more than 28 days for?
60 days can be good.
Okay, so, and what about the landscape? It says it's not being maintained in a well-kept appearance, and you have some dead and missing ground. How much time do you need to fix that?
For that one, I need
Okay, I'm going to give you for both 56 days, okay? April 25th, or there'll be a fine of $50 a day. Get in touch with the inspector and work with the inspector, so if you run into a problem, he can help you. As far as getting additional time to comply, you may have to come back then, but that is what the, you have two compliance dates of April 25th, 2024, or a fine of $50 a day for violation 9-306 and 9-305B, and a violation dealing with your carport, all the stuff in there, you have 10 days, which is March 10th, to get in compliance.
Okay.
Okay?
And you know to call the inspector, right? So if the car's been removed and if all of the outdoor storage has been removed, then just call him tomorrow and arrange for the inspection so he can comply some of the case.
Yeah, this file is for 10 days. I have 10.
You've got 10 days. 10 days to either, have him comply it, remove the stuff, and have him come out and check.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next case, page 2, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 23060146, case address 1415 Northwest 2nd Avenue. Owner Brian Petlar, posted at property 2824, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good afternoon. Inspector Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230-60146, address 1415 Northwest 2nd Avenue. I inspected the property on June 8, 2023, cited for the following violations. Violation 47-21.9.K, decorative stone or gravel is being utilized at this location in excess of the maximum 10% of the total landscaping area. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia, soffits, are in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. Violation 9-280, Bravo, complied. Violation 9-280H1, the wood fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections which have damaged or missing slats, leaning or not secured. Violation 9-304, the gravel or driveway at this property needs to be maintained. There is grass growing through the gravel. The asphalt and concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and damages in areas. Violation 9-276 is complied. The inspection report was posted on this property on June 6th, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail. Reinspection was October 28, 2023, posted for special magistrate on February 8, 2024. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 28, 2024, and the found violations are not complied: 47-21.9K, 9-306, 9-208H1, and 9-304B. I would like to submit my case file and photos for the court. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or come into compliance, or a fine of $100 a day thereafter per violation.
Okay, please state your name.
Hi, Brian Pellar.
Okay, so is there a reason why you're still not in compliance?
Well, so me and Noel went back and forth for a while where he was, I guess, either traveling or, where we spoke, where he said the best idea, because I wasn't 100% clear on exactly what parts of the violations needed to be handled, because a lot of them were already taken care of, and specifically like what really needed to be done. It was kind of hard to tell in the photos, and I had some questions about the gravel. So we spoke back and forth many, many times trying to set up a meeting, which we didn't actually solidify a meeting up until I think it was like 2 weeks ago or like 10 days ago. So he told me, it was just a lot of back and forth where it was, hey, I'm on vacation, I'll call you back. Are you available this day? No, I'll call you. So that happened for a while. So finally, 2 weeks ago, we got in touch, and we met on the property. He took pictures. I think more than half of the stuff has already been taken care of. The only thing I had questions about really was that 10% gravel thing. That's going to be the biggest undertaking for me, because I have to move all that gravel out of the backyard, move it to the front yard, and then sod that. So that's just something where I'm waiting for my contractor to have availability and resources to be able to do that. Everything else has been taken care of.
Well, no, there's still 4 violations that you have outstanding, at least as of yesterday. So I'm going to give you 28 days to get in compliance for each of the outstanding violations. There's going to be a fine of $100 a day. You need to reach out to the inspector when you're in compliance, or if you're having problems with getting into compliance.
Yeah, can I know which 4 are left? So there's only 4 left open, correct?
There's 4, and there were 6 in total, and now you've complied with only 2 of the 6. So you have 4 is the decorative stone or gravel is being utilized at this location in excess of the maximum 10% of the total landscape area. That's still outstanding. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. That's outstanding. You have the wood fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections that have damaged or missing slats, leaning and not secured. That's outstanding. And the gravel on the driveway at this property needs maintenance. There's a grass growing through the gravel. The asphalt concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and or damaged areas and is stained with dirt and oil. So each of those.
The last one was done already, and the fencing was done, and the cracks in the driveway.
He went to the property yesterday. He said it wasn't.
Brian,
yeah.
After this, we'll talk, and I'll show you the things that you need to take care of and fix.
Okay, yeah, they're very general. I mean, it's like cracks in the driveway. That could be 1,000. It could be 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
you will speak to the inspector after the hearing, but.
I got you. Can I get more than 28 days? Because it's going to take some time to move all that gravel. And then my other question about that is the other lady from earlier said that she wanted to cover her thing in gravel, and she just needed more time to do it. And I said that that's okay. But so how come my gravel's not okay? It's already done. I'm wondering, like, does it go property by property, or how is it? Because the other lady from earlier, she requested that instead of putting all new grass down, that she just cover it with gravel. She just needed more time for permitting and stuff, and they said fine.
We didn't say that her graveling, as she's proposed, is okay. She's got to go through the permitting process to see what's allowed and what's not. We didn't say, no one here ever said that the gravel, and we don't know what she's proposing to gravel is acceptable and allowable by code.
Right,
She
right.
said she's going through the permitting process.
But she got 60 days. Can I get that same?
Well, your violation was given February 14, 2023, but I'll have the city respond if they're agreeable to additional time.
As you stated, this case has been open for a year now. So I think that we've had.
A year?
It was February 2023, correct?
Yeah. No, the picture.
June 8th. Oh, I thought you said February.
The
My
picture
bad.
posted for February, I thought was 2023, no? No. Okay, so it's June? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know it was going to get to this point, honestly. Like I said, me and Gino have been communicating to try to meet up to the property to mitigate this since its inception. I've been in touch with them the whole time, and it wasn't until 2 weeks ago. I guess you guys have great PTO because a lot of vacations being taken, and I couldn't get a hold of them to get there to the property and finally meet.
So, Magistrate, the city doesn't oppose. If he's going to go through the permit process, 56 days.
No, I don't think I need a permit. I just need time to get to move the gravel.
All right, I'll
you
give
need
you
time, 56 days.
Yeah, that works.
I'll give you the 56 days, which will be April 25th.
Yeah. And also, by the way, the letter that I got sent me
Yeah.
to 100 North Andrews Avenue.
And April 25th, 2024, for all the outstanding violations are $100 a day.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 17. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 23040242, case address 1242 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner Evanilda P. Paseo, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Hi, Bueno Pessoa.
waiting for the inspector.
Okay, no problem.
So this means this won't be heard today either because it's rescheduled.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. This property was first inspected in April 7, 2023, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and welcome appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the soil area. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 47-34.1.8.1 is complied. Violation 47-34.4.8.1 is also in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violation 9-305B or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay, Bueno
Say your name
Pessoa.
for the record.
Yeah, Bueno Pessoa. Okay, we actually got together with him, okay, where we took care of most of the things we're supposed to. But we need some, actually, he can explain better about the.
Only thing, my name is Ivy Holloway.
Here, come to the mic, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
My name is Ivy Holloway. I stay at the property. All this stuff is corrected at the property besides the city property where y'all want us to pay for the swell to be done, grass to be put on the swell on the outside by the city road. That's the only thing that need to be done. And it would have been done, but due to all the excess rain been going on or whatever, the sod is too wet. They can't cut it and send it. It's paid for We already paid for it and everything. We just got to wait for they able to cut the grass, and then they can send it, and I can pick it up and I can put it down.
Okay, so the city is wants you to have this done within 28 days, okay? So it seems like you have no problem doing that. So you have till March 28th to get into compliance. If not, there'll be a fine of $50 a day. Please reach out to the inspector when you're in compliance so they can re-inspect the property.
Yeah, we'll call him as soon as, I think another week, 2 weeks, the most.
The grass supposed to be there tomorrow. If it don't be there tomorrow, then it's another delay.
Okay, all right, good luck to you, sir.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Honor.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next case, page 13. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 230708880, case address 1420 Northwest 4th Avenue. Owner Patricia A. Ware and Troy C. Brown Jr. Where it went? All right, we're going to move on to page 34. Inspector Robert Kasarowicz.
He's not here. Just give us 1 second.
Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 23090003, case address 3906 Southwest 12th Court. Owner Crow Entertainment LLC. This case was first heard 11/14/23 to comply by 12/12/23. One section complied at $100 per day, $2,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good afternoon. Captain Robert Sarge, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Case number, address, and violations as read. I have had no communications since the very beginning of this case with any respondent. This is the first time I've seen anybody show up for it, and we're imposing the fines today.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Tony Mertil.
Okay, well, the city's requesting that $2,300 be imposed because you guys were not in compliance.
We never got the notice. So when I got it from a tenant. He just ripped it off the wall, but I never really got the notice. And once I got it, I complied right away.
Well, you had a compliance date of December 12th. You didn't comply. You complied 23 days later. So
I got to change my mailing address. I never got it at my home.
that's the problem, is that if you have the mailing address of the subject property, then you're responsible for your tenant's actions. So if he took it off, it's really unfortunate, but that's why you didn't get the notice. When did you
This isn't the right case.
3906 Southwest 12th Court.
12th Court?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on.
3906 12th Court.
So, so the issue here, Your Honor, is it was first heard in November 2023. At that time, it was owned by someone else.
When did you purchase the property?
We just got it, January.
Okay. So the property appraisals records haven't been updated, or
No, the property now, but again, the first, so the first
violation was given when it was the old.
Was to the prior owner. Yes,
Right.
But I'm gonna just. Hold on 1 second.
No problem.
So, yes, indeed, Your Honor, the original notice of violation was sent properly to the prior owner, which was Lumi Estate LLC, which was the property owner at the time the violation existed.
But there wasn't any lien filed because it hadn't reached that point yet.
Well,
So-
there would have been, I'm not sure if the order was recorded.
Right.
But the property was transferred by quitclaim deed, so I don't know if a title search was.
Yeah, I don't know if you did a title search, if it would have come up.
Yeah, nothing showed up.
Does it not show up? You did a title search?
Yeah, we did a lien search, nothing showed up.
What did the city want to do?
That's it.
I mean, the service is proper because, again, it was sent to,
The owner at the time.
yes, ma'am.
How did you become aware of the violation?
The tenant, he said, hey, I had ripped something off the wall 2-3 weeks ago. You might want to come pick it up. So when I came and picked it up, this is how he gave it to me.
And what was the date that he told you that?
That was probably like 2 weeks ago.
And that probably was the posting for this hearing then.
Has it been the same tenant all along, or you had a new tenant when you?
No, that's a brand new tenant. All the other tenants don't speak English. That's the only tenant that actually speak English.
Okay, so this is the tenant you had in place
That
you got once you purchased the property.
Yeah, I just put him in there. All the other tenants seeing it, they don't even say nothing. He the only one that actually communicated.
And it should be noted that the property did come into compliance, it looks like January 5th.
Yeah, it seems as if once he became aware of it.
Yeah, as soon as I did, I called.
What are the administrative costs on this case?
All of our administrative costs are covered by reinspection fees that go against the fire safety account. And those fees then would be transferred over to the new owner.
Okay. Do you have any objection to me reducing it then, waiving it, since it's a new owner?
In light of the new ownership and everything else, I'd go ahead and waive the fees, and I want to speak with the new owner afterwards so that we can get updated information, get email addresses and everything so that future fire safety inspections will go to the proper ownership.
Sure. All right, so based on all the information you gave me, we're going to reduce the fines to 0. But please meet with him after the hearing so you can update the records, okay?
Thank you.
All right. And again, the fire safety account stays with the structure, not necessarily with the ownership.
Yeah.
So all the reinspection fees and everything that are on that fire safety account are going to be transferred over to the new ownership.
Okay.
All right. I'll meet with you after. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
Next case, page 13, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 230700880, case address 1420 Northwest 4th Avenue. Owner Patricia A. Ware and Troy C. Brown Jr. Posted at property 2824, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good afternoon. Inspector Jean-Claude Noel with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230-70880. Address is 1420 Northwest 4th Avenue. I inspected this property on March 11th, 2023, and cited for the following violations. Violation 18-12, complied. Violation 9-305, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-305B, the gravel driveway at this property needs to be maintained. There's grass growing through the gravel. Violation 306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia soffits, are in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that has stains and missing and peeling paint. Inspection report was posted on this property on March 11th, 2023, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail. It was re-inspected December 9th, posted for special magistrate on February 8th, 2024. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted February 28th, 2024, and found the violations that are not complied were 9-305B, 9-304B, and 9-306. I would like to submit my case file and photos for the court. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter per violation.
Okay, ma'am, state your name.
Patricia Ware.
Okay, so do you understand the violation as well? Ms. Ware?
I want to address my notice to appear in court.
Okay, so you have property maintenance issues, and they're saying that you still have not.
No, I said I want to address this.
Okay.
My gas light is on.
What?
My gas light is on my vehicle, and I wrote down to the address on here, on Andrews. This address is wrong.
Okay.
Then I went to go down 6th Street, thinking you might be down there, and find out I need to be over here, right down from the 100 Andrews.
Okay, we're sorry for that confusion. She was given the wrong address.
Initially, people got mailed the wrong address.
Okay, well, we're sorry for that, but you're here now, which thankfully. So the inspector said that when he re-inspected your property, you're still not in compliance, okay?
Which part? Landscaping
has not been maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground.
That should be removed. I have pictures.
Okay. The gravel driveway at the property needs maintenance. There's grass growth for the gravel. And the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. If you're in compliance, you need to call the inspector. The pictures aren't going to help me now, ma'am.
Well, he said he was going to take pictures of all that.
You need to contact him. He'll come back to the property.
Miss Ware, I talked to your son yesterday. I will come back later on today. I'll talk to Mr. Bray, and we'll talk about what needs to be fixed so I can comply the case. Right now, you're not getting fined anything right now. As of now, we're going to give you some time to fix the few things that you need to fix. But I'll talk to your son tomorrow.
Okay, so you have till March 28th to get into compliance with each of those violations, or there'll be a fine of $50 a day. Speak to the inspector after this, and you'll make sure you're in compliance timely, okay? There's no fines today.
Yeah, but y'all should correct the address on these papers. She said something to me.
Yeah, she was saying that you have, the correct address was mailed to you. It's in the file. Right, and then they mailed us, yes, ma'am. They mailed a second one.
But anyway, thank you.
Next case, page 34. Inspector Gus Caracas, case number CE 23090379, case address 711 Southeast 11th Court, owner Joseph Colliner. This case was first heard 11/30/2023 to comply by 12524. Five sections complied at $50 per day, $2,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and interest as heard. This case first came before Special Magistrate on November 30th of 2023, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on September 13, 2023, and so far a total of 9 re-inspections have been made to the property, and during those conversations, the property owner and the daughter has been there. And we have discussed the corrective actions and how to do, and I'm happy to say that we have compliance. To make it real fast, it is the position of the city that fines be imposed as read, but we'd like to point out that the administrative costs have been incurred by the city of the total of $580.
What is the city seeking?
We're going to seek just the admin costs, ma'am.
Okay. This is your opportunity to speak. If there's something you want to add, please state your name for the record.
Yes, I'm Joseph A. Colliner, and I want to say, first of all, that I'm grateful for the work that you people do here. I've been here 50 years, and the way to make the city good is to keep it beautiful. And you sit here, and sometimes if you wonder whether what you're doing is is worth it. It really is worth it. In my case, that particular house there was my love of my wife. My dear wife passed away 7 years ago, but I never even thought that she liked that particular house. It's got the cathedral ceilings inside of it, you know, like in the California style, and she was just crazy about that. And all Rio Vista, that's the house that she thought was so beautiful. But anyway, when you look at something for over and over again for a long time, sometimes you don't see things. And in this case, I didn't see a lot of stuff. Now, we have the inspector there, and put your nose in it, okay? You need that because you have to attend to it. You know, it's like big brother or mom or dad or somebody say, hey, what about that wood? And so out of all this, I got some good wood. I got some beautiful landscaping. I got my driveway re-Chattahoochee'd. And my daughter and I worked together a great deal on it. I'm 87. God only knows when this could be my last day right now. But you worship every day you get with the children when it might be your last day. And we work together on making the place better. And she, in painting it, we painted it also, new paint. And one thing that came really fast about this and goodness was I'm a man who likes a lot of big bushes and stuff everywhere around. And of course, the inspector here points that out, that that's excessive vegetation. And, you know, global warming is what we're all concerned about, and we don't want to cut everything barren and so forth. But we can overdo it and let some things get too big and too bushy and so forth. But he had me do the backyard really in a great landscaping effort. And it wasn't more than 2 weeks after I did that the power failed. It was out 10 hours there at that particular house. And it was because there was a bad compressor, or whatever you call it, transformer up on the pool. And when Florida Power came to repair that and run a new line for that block, everybody would get power again, they could go right to the pole. There wasn't a bunch of bushes and trees and everything all around it that they would have had to cut through to do their work. And it made us get power a lot quicker. Now, would I have done it without him telling me that it needed it? I probably would have got to it. But some things, you know, as I say, you don't do. You're still a bad boy at 87, just as well as 8. You can be, okay? And he straightened me out. So I'm very grateful to that from you people. Now, on the work, I had a terrible traffic accident at Thanksgiving, and I have a ruptured disc for years. It can be okay, but somehow or other it came back to visit me with that crash. And I called the mayor's community service line, and because I said, I just don't know how in the 10 days or whatever I have that I can get that done. And I got this accident. I'm laid up. I can't see right with like a concussion or something in my brain. And they came back the next day and said that they were going to give me 56 days to do it. But they also said, and if you need more days, we'll give that to you too. Don't worry about it. And that's how it was left. When it got to be about the 51st or 52nd, I don't recall them asking me to call, but I called in and said I can't get it done in the 56 days.
So you know, all your fines have been waived, okay? The only thing the city is seeking is administrative costs. So I know that you were 14 days late in getting compliance. No, I'm sorry. You were 10 days late, there were 10 days late in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 violations. The city is not seeking any of those fines. They're just seeking administrative costs of $580, okay? So that's to be paid, I guess, 30 days, okay?
For how much?
$580 total. They waived the $2,500 that they could have originally been seeking.
All right, well.
Well, my father, hello, I'm Laura Colliner. And
wait, I'm sorry, please state your name for the record.
My name is Laura Colliner. And this has been a very long, ongoing, and expensive project for everyone because I've really helped to fund everything. When this came up, we looked at the situation, and there was a lot of stuff to do. And previous to this, a couple years ago, my father and I would sit around every night, and we'd watch The Twilight Zone.
and spent plenty of time together. But in the last year or two, he's become quite a hermit, and I haven't heard from him or seen him very much. So the situation had slipped a little bit, but we had worked on it very early and proactively to get as much done as possible. So within the first month, we pressure washed. I got a pressure washer. I would like to respectfully show you our costs of everything we've done because it was recommended we do that. Come up with a list for you by name. She'll take it. Yeah, she'll take it. Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
As you can see, it's almost $5,000 in terms of real time that had to go into this because the house was quite old, and when you get into situations like this, things have to be prepared, primed, painted, repainted. I called every friend that I had. We had a guy who only works on movie sets show up and work on the situation. We had a guy who works on high-end lighting systems donate his time to me for free largely. We had people that came out partly out of good-heartedness, and I'm sure somewhat out of pity for my father in a situation because he cannot obviously do this stuff by himself anymore. I had to.
Don't worry, we're going to waive the administrative costs.
Thank you, because it was a very expensive thing. The house does look a lot better. Every neighbor has complimented us. Even the Uber Eats guy next door came in. My dad's in there petting the cat, and he said, "Did you?" I eat back, and he said, "Hey, the front yard looks great."
Good. Well, you know what? This. All right. Well, you know what? The city appreciates that, and that's why they waive the fines, waive the administrative costs, and
God bless you.
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you very much.
When you get my age also, you don't know where the next dollar might be coming from. You worry about money so much.
Yeah, we don't want you to worry. We don't want you to worry. You have a good day.
Thank you.
And again, I have to say, whatever my compliments to you guys. And I'm sitting there seeing all these cases come up, and you got all this to go through. And sometimes you must feel weary. You must feel weary at the end of the day. But you're doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go have a Philly cheesesteak now.
I like this mayor because she is very caring about the place get improved and get this gravel put down and get these bushes cut down. And we're prospering because of him. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Good day.
That's the end of our respondents. We'll go through the agenda now.
Do the no-shows? Okay. No, that's fine.
You good? You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is doing good.
Janie, you're next.
First case, page 1, Inspector Janie Deluzima, case number CE 210400605, case address 2935 North Federal Highway, owner Fairwinds Motel, Inc., posted at property 2924, posted at 1 East Broward, 21524.
Good afternoon, Inspector Janie Deluzma for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting on behalf of Senior Officer Gail Williams, presenting case number CE 210400605, address 2935 North Federal Highway. This case was first cited on April 21st, 2021 for the following violations. 18-12A is complied. 47-20.20H is complied. 47-2111A is complied. 18-12A is complied. 9-306, all exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascial and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The step on the north side of the dive shop has a hole. There are areas throughout the common walkway. The paint is faded and missing. Along the upper portion of the roof, there is damage. 18-4C is complied. 9-280H2 is complied. And 9-304C is complied. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on February 28, 2024, and the following violations remain. 9-306 as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days for violation 9-306 to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, so ordered. March 28, 2024 is compliance date, or you said $50 or $100? I'm sorry.
I said, I believe it was 100.
Okay.
It's $100 per day.
Okay, so we're $100 a day.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you.
Next case, page 2, Inspector Edward Easton, case number CE 23120263, case address 1429 Southwest 9th Street, owner 1429 Riverside LLC, posted at property 2924, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Which one are we doing?
Good afternoon. Inspector Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The inspection of the property is conducted on 12/9/23, and the following violations were observed. 47-19.4.D.8. The dumpster and dumpster enclosure located at the property is not being properly maintained. The dumpster lids and doors are open. The dumpster is overflowing with trash, and there is trash around and inside the dumpster enclosure. This is a repeat violation of case number CE 2301-0302. Fine shall accrue from date of violation until compliance is met. An inspection report was mailed to the property owner on 12/9/23. The notice of hearing was posted to the property on 02/09/24. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 2/28/24, and the property remained in violation. The city is requesting $300 per day beginning on 12/9/23, which continued to accrue.
As of 12/9/2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 3, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 230300154, case address 1401 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Pierre Sanon and Ilande Jean Baptiste, posted at property 2824, posted at 1 East Broward 21524. What's the address again? 1401, page 3.
Oh. All violations complied.
Oh, okay, thank you.
1401 Northwest 7th Terrace?
Yes. I sent that the email. I guess it didn't get taken off, but all violations have been complied.
Next case, page 4, Inspector David Sandiford, Senior Inspector Dorian Kaloyan, presenting case. Oh, it's complied. Okay. Dorian Kaloyan, presenting case number CE 231200105, case address 1825 Northeast 6th Avenue, owner Nicolay Ohanian, posted at property 21724, posted at 1 East Broward 21524. This case is in compliance.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Kaloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 231200105, case address 1825 Northeast 26th Avenue. This property was inspected by Officer Sandiford on December 7th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 1812A, it has been complied. However, this is a recurring violation. The reference case number is CE 22060837, and the city is seeking a finding of fact that the violation existed for the record. And also the photos depicted today, we're asking that to be entered into the record as well. Okay, so ordered. Thank you.
Next case, also page 4, Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, case number CE 231000344, case address 1025 Northeast 16th Terrace, owner Carol Lee Thomas and Aline Thomas, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Inspector Del Grosso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. This case was first opened last October, and two code violations were found. 9-280C, the south side wooden sidewalk decking is broken in places, a trip hazard, and has unsafe stairs that are broken. 9-280H, the fence and gates at this location are in disrepair. The gates and latch does not close properly. An inspection report was mailed to the owner, Carol Thomas, on October 27th. Though the fence gate and some wooden slats have been replaced, they are left unpainted and are required to blend with the surrounding color. In addition, only a few places of the long wooden decking have been patched. Therefore, both violations are not in compliance.
The city requests 28 days or $100 a day thereafter per violation.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 23110093, case address 646 Flamingo Drive. Owner 646 Flamingo LLC, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Cologne, case number CE 23110093, case address 646 Flamingo Drive. This property was first inspected on November 6, 2023. The following violations were observed. 47-19.3 F4, the seawall is in disrepair. The seawall is presumed to be in disrepair if it allows for upland erosion, transfer of material through the seawall, or allows tidal waters to flow unimpeded through the seawall to adjacent properties or the right-of-way. 8-91C, the mooring structure is also in disrepair. There are loose, broken, and or missing boards, as well as light fixtures that are in disrepair. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted via waterway by Officer Aguilera and Senior Inspector Jolly on 2/28/24, and the violations remain. I also checked permitting. There's no application on file. City's requesting 28 days to comply, or a fine of $100 a day thereafter for 8-9-91C, and for 47-19.3 F4, the city's also asking for 28 days for the owner to hire a contractor or obtain a permit and be able to demonstrate progress towards the repairing or replacing of the seawall, wherein then they would have the 365 days to comply for the work from the date of the violation.
Okay, so for 47-19.3 F4, you're not seeking compliance, you're seeking that they what specifically you want me to put in the order? What are you seeking specifically?
So it's just like the case earlier. If they already had the time to get the permit or get a contractor, which they did not do. I've had no contact. So we're going to allow 28 days for them to do that, or $100 a day after.
So to enter into a contract, is that what you want them to have 20 days to enter into a contract?
Well, that's part of the code, yeah, or to
Okay, so
obtain a
enter
permit.
into a contract or get a permit. Okay, so ordered. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 6, case number CE 2311055, case address 900 South Andrews Avenue, owner Deborah P. Rochland, LLC, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. This case is being rescheduled. That's what.
Okay.
Next case, page 7, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 231000140, case address 524 Northwest 21st Avenue, owner by the Ocean LLC, posted at property 21424, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good morning. This property was first inspected on 10/4/23, and the following violations were observed. 1812A, it's now in compliance. This is a reoccurring violation of case number CE 060719. The city is requesting a finding of fact that this violation did exist.
They're in compliance?
It's in compliance, yeah, we just need a finding of fact.
Okay, so enter.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 230900147, case address 1312 Northwest 3rd Street, owner Broward Tango Village LLC, posted at property 21424, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. The property was first inspected on 9/7/23, and the following violations were observed. 9-363, failure to register a residential dwelling within the city. This free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 24-27B is complied. 9304B is complied. 9305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9306 is complied. Inspection report was posted and mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. The property was re-inspected multiple times. I spoke with the tenant. There has been no contact from the owner. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on 2/1/24. As of the pre-hearing inspection on 2/26/24, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 a day per violation thereafter. 28 days, yep.
Okay,
Sorry.
so compliance on March 20, 2024, or $100 a day?
Yep. Thank you.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 23101026, case address 721 Cordova Road, owner Edward J. Bone III and Elizabeth E. Bone, posted at property 2624, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case and address as read. An inspection was conducted at the property on 10/31/23 and the following violation was observed. 47-21.5, there is no right-of-way landscape permit on file with the City of Fort Lauderdale as required per the resolution adopted by the City Commission. The property owner did apply for a right-of-way landscaping permit. Permit is 240200009. And as of 2/26, the permit has been issued. At this time, the city is requesting the magistrate to find the violation and order 91 days to complete the right-of-way landscape permit as per the approved resolution. Failure to complete the right-of-way landscape permit within 91 days will result in this matter being brought before the City Commission for the revocation of the dock permit.
Is there a fine you were seeking?
No fine at this time.
Okay, so you want a compliance date of May 30th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's just to have a completion of the permit?
Yes, if the resolution that was approved by the city doesn't allow for fines, if they're not in compliance, the commission will request for the revocation of the dock permit.
We have so many no-shows. Isn't that weird?
You ready? So on the building, is she ruled?
She did on each one of them, it said the violator attended or not attended. There was like a check. I'll get a copy from them. Yeah. Okay.
We ruled?
Oh, I did.
Yeah. Okay. Next case, also page 8, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 23110047, case address 1307 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner Donna E. Milo, posted at property 2624, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case and address as read. An inspection was conducted on 11/1/23 and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the front yard. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the City of Fort Lauderdale. And 47-191B did comply. As of 2/27/24, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, city is requesting 28 days or fines of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Or 9-305B and 9-363?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so enter.
Thank you.
Next case, page 9, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 23110003, case address 1229 Miami Road, numbers 1 through 6, owner Neopoli LLC, posted at property 2624, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case and address as read. An inspection was conducted on 11/2/23 and the following violations were observed. 47-19.4C2, the dumpster is placed, stored in the right-of-way. Placement or storage of dumpsters that service private property upon any street, alley, or public right-of-way is unlawful. 47-19.4D1, the property does not have the required dumpster enclosure as per the ULDR. Violations 47-2013A, 9-305B, and 1812A were complied. As of 2/27, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or face of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay, compliance date of March 28th or $100 a day.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 9, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 23120334, case address 2436 Cat K Lane, owner Mario and Yelena Thatcher, posted at property 2824, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case and address as read. An inspection was conducted on 12/13/23 and the following violations were observed. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area. This is a recurring violation of previous case CE 23090547. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is also a recurring violation of CE 23090547. The property is currently in compliance. On 1/5/24, the property owner obtained a building permit for the installation of the driveway to store the RV on an approved surface. Permit 24010001. RV is now stored on a completed driveway. At this time, the city is requesting a finding of fact for that both violations that exist.
So entered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23090560, case address 976 Northwest 17th Avenue, owner 3A Investment Group LLC, posted at property 21424, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23090560 for the property located at 796 Northwest 17th Ave. As of yesterday, the pre-hearing inspection, all violations are in compliance. But I just wanted to add that, however, the city is requesting a finding of fact for violations 9-305B, 18-12A, and 24-7B, which were previously cited under case CE 19010390.
So entered.
And 1812A as well. I did say 1812A.
And 9-280, H1
Yes.
as well?
Yes.
So you want all the violations, you want a finding of fact?
Yes. Well, the finding of fact violations are 9-305B, 1812A, and 2427B.
Okay. Thank you. Why wouldn't they want the other ones? Oh, thank you.
Next case, page 11, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23080339, case address 738 Northwest 10th Terrace, owner San Marino 1 LLC, posted at property 21624, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Okay. Patrice Jolly, Senior Code Inspector for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23080339 for the property located at 738 Northwest 10th Terrace. This property was first cited on August 11, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 9-280B complied. 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The front gate is also bent and inoperable. 9-304B, the driveway is faded, cracked, and there are potholes in the surface. 9-279G is complied. 9-280G is complied. 47-31.1.A.1 point. There is illegal land use occurring at this property. There is a washer and dryer being stored and used outside the back door of the dwelling. This is a non-permitted use per ULDR regulations. An inspection report was hand-delivered to the tenant at the time, and a copy was mailed to the property owner per Broward County Properties Appraiser's record. On September 8, 2023, the tenant was contacted for access to view the violations, but she informed me that she had moved and found another place to live. I returned on October 7, 2023 to find the gates padlocked and the property vacant. This case was submitted to a supervisor for special magistrate review. I met with the property manager as well as the current tenant on February 2nd, 2024, where I was able to observe several violations in compliance. I have since been unable to access the property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 22nd, 2024, where I observed the fence and the driveway remains in violation. I did not have access to see the back of the house to view if the washer and dryer were removed. The city is requesting 28 days at $100 per violation per day thereafter.
For all three violations then?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so entered.
Next case, also page 11, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23080640, case address 525 Northwest 14th Avenue, owner Rebuild Foundation, Inc., in care of L.A. Leaf Terrace Apartments, posted at property 21624, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Patrice Jolly, Senior Code Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23080640 for the property located at 525 Northwest 14th Avenue. This property was first inspected on September 16, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. Multiple windows are in the unit, have no locking mechanism. The front door frame is heavily damaged. The closet doors are hanging and unhinged. AC vents are dirty and falling off the walls. There are multiple holes in the ceiling, multiple holes in the walls, missing outlets and outlet covers, as well as broken or chipped tiles in the unit. 9-280G, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good and safe working condition. There is a ceiling fan in the kitchen with water pooling inside. An inspection report was issued and a copy was mailed to the property owner per Broward County Property Appraiser the record. I returned on October 20th, 2023 to find the violations remain. This case was then submitted for supervisory review for special magistrate. I made several attempts to contact the complainant for access to the apartment, but was unsuccessful. On February 22nd, 2024, contact was made with the property owner, Bobby Thomas. Mrs. Thomas stated that she did not receive the notice of violation until the notice of hearing came in the mail. The property owner then informed me that she offered the complainant a new apartment unit and will need time to repair the damaged items depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 56 days to come into compliance at $100 per violation thereafter.
How many days?
56.
Okay, so entered. So April 25th, compliance date for each violation or a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23090394, case address 816 Northwest 19th Avenue. Owner Eddie Randall Estates, personal service on 21624, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
That case is complied.
Fully compliant?
Yes.
Next case, page 12, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 231000244, case address 1121 North Andrews Avenue. Owner Audrey Berger, posted at property 2824, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 231000244, address 1121 North Andrews Avenue. I inspected the property on October 7, 2023, and cited for the following violations. Violation section 24-7, complied. Violation 18-12, complied. Violation 47-20.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained in this property. The asphalt surface has cracks and damages and areas of stain of dirt and oil. Inspection report was posted at the property on October 8, 2023, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Reinspection was done December 1st, 2023, and posted for special magistrate on February 8th. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted February 28, 2024, and found the violation not complied, which was 47-20.20. I would like to submit this for my case file and the photos for court. The city is requesting 56 days to comply with the compliance or a fine of $100 per day thereafter per violation.
I only see there's one violation outstanding, right?
That's it, one violation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so ordered April 25th will be the compliance date or $100 a day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Next case, page 15, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 231000721, case address 1125 North Andrews Avenue. Owner Leo Kasoker, posted at property 2824, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
This is pertaining to the case that was just read. I inspected the property on September 16, 2023, and cited for the following violations. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, and rubbish and debris on the property and or its swale. Violation 47-20.20.H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The asphalt surface has cracks and damages and stains in dirt and oil. Violation 47-21.11.A, there's landscape and debris and weeds causing blight throughout the property, including but not limited to the perimeter of the building and not being maintained there, and the weeds are growing through the gravel. Violation section 2427D, complied. Violation 9-308, there is a plastic cover on the roof and it's not weatherproof or weathertight. Reinspection was done on the 18th of 2023, posted for special magistrate on February 8th, 2024, A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 28th and found the violations that are here that are not complied. The city is requesting that we get 10 days to comply, to come into compliance, or a fine of $50 a day thereafter for the 18-12, and the remaining violations, the city is requesting 28 days to comply, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for 47-20.20 and 47-27.11A and 9-308A.
Okay, so entered.
Thank you.
March, that one's 10 days, so it'll be March 10th.
Next case,
$50.
also page 15, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 231000242, case address 1362 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner Michael P. Theron, posted at property 2724, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, presenting case CE 231000242, property address 1362 Southwest 22nd Ave. This property was inspected on October 7th, 2023, cited for the following violations: 9305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. Inspection report was posted on the property. I would like to submit the photos into the record. The city is requesting 28 days or a fine of $25 per day per violation.
So ordered.
Next case, page 16, also Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 231000243, case address 1363 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner SRP Sub LLC, posted at property 2724, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case address and case number as read. This property was inspected on October 7th, 2023, cited for the following violation: 9-305B. The swell landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of gravel, dead, and missing ground cover, including the swell. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 23010072. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Inspection report was posted on the property and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA record. I would like to submit the photos into the record. The city is requesting 28 days or a fine of $100 per day.
So entered.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 231000662, case address 2232 Southwest 14th Street, owner Maria Noel Amos, posted at property 2724, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Senior Inspector Code Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number and property address as read. This property was inspected on October 19th, 2023, cited for the following violations: 9-363, failure to register the residential property dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. Inspection report was posted on the property. I have been in contact with the property owner via email. They are going to do it soon, so the city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day.
How much per day?
25.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 230800078, case address 948 Northwest 14th Court, owner Thomas A. Smith. This case is being withdrawn. Next case, also page 21, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 23110022, case address 1741 Northwest 18th Street, owner Mania LLC, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good afternoon, Your Magistrate. Officer Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 23110022, property address 1741 Northwest 18th Street. This property was first inspected on November 1st, 2023, and the following violation were observed. Violation 24-27B is complied. Violation 18-1 is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell areas. Violation 9-280H1. The wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence has broken and missing panels. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on February 15, 2024. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 21st, 2024, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days for violation 9-305B and violation 9-280H1, or a fine of $50 for each violation each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Bovary-Xantis, case number CE 2308-0084, case address 1006 Northwest 14th Court, owner Rabash Investment LLC, posted at property 21624, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Your Honor, all violations are in compliance at this property.
Next case, page 23, Inspector Bovary-Xantis, case number CE 2308-0092, case address 1018 Northwest 14th Court, owner 2016 Paul Real Estate LLC, posted at property 21624, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2308-0092, property address 1018 Northwest 14th Court. This property was first inspected on August 2nd, 2023, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-305B, 9-304B. The gravel driveway has grass and weeds going through it. The asphalt on the approach driveway has cracks, holes, and the blacktop is fitted. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are rotten. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-313.A is complied. Violation 18-12A is complied. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 17, 2024. Posting was conducted on February 17, 2024. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 22nd, 2024, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting $50 with the 28 days to comply for violation 9-304B, and $50 with the 28 days to comply for violation 9-306.
So ordered.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Gail Williams, Janie Delusma, presenting case number CE 2308-0507, case address 1011 Northwest 45th Street, owner Craig Middleton, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Inspector Janie Delusma presenting on behalf of Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 2308-0507, address 1011 Northwest 45th Street. This case was first cited on August 15, 2023 for the following violations. 18-11A, the pool at this occupied property has green stagnant water and is not being maintained on a regular basis. In this condition, it presents a health and safety issue for the community, and that it may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes and is a public nuisance. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 25, 2024, and the following violations, 18-11A, has not complied as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for 18-11A to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So entered.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 2309-0076, case address 6510 Northwest 34th Avenue, owner Bo Zing and Jean Gu, posted at property 2624, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read. This property was cited for violation 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This is a recurring violation per case CE 22120020. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violation did occur and requested the daily fines of $500 a day be imposed immediately should the violation occur again.
So ordered.
Case number CE 231102224, case address 5950 Northeast 28th Avenue. That case is being rescheduled. Next case, also page 28, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 231007881, case address 2313 North Ocean Boulevard, owner A1A North Ocean Boulevard LLC, posted at property 12524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Good afternoon, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance. Case number and address is read. This property was cited on October 25th, 2023, and given 15 days to comply for the following violation. 15-281A, there is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. On November 10th, 2023, the violation remained. The violation at this property has still not been brought into compliance. The city is seeking full compliance within 15 days or a fine of $500 per day thereafter. 500, yes.
In 15 days?
15 days, yes.
All right, so what's the 15 days would be March 15th? Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 231000782, case address 2317 North Ocean Boulevard, owner A1A North Ocean Boulevard LLC, posted at property 12524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance. Case number and address is read. This property was cited on October 26, 2023, and given 15 days to comply for the following violation. 15-281A, there is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. On November 12, 2023, the violation remained. The violation at this property has still not been brought into compliance. The city is seeking full compliance within 15 days or a fine of $600 per day thereafter.
$600 a day?
$600,
okay,
yes.
so ordered. March 15th.
Page 29, also Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 231103676, case address 1919 Sunrise Key Boulevard, owner Dennis D'Alessio and Guy Johnson, posted at property 12524, posted at 1 East Broward 21524.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance. Case number and address is read. This property was cited under case CE 230200548 on February 21st, 2023, and given 15 days to comply for the following violation. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On February 28th, 2023, the violation was complied and the case was closed. On November 14th, 2023, the property was again cited for the same violation as a recurring violation of case CE 230200548. The violation at this property is still not in compliance. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $900 per day thereafter, as well as a finding of fact that this is a recurring violation, and any subsequent violation of this code will be cited as a repeat violation with daily fines of $900 per day for each day the violation exists.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 31, Inspector David Sandiford, Dorian Cologne, presenting case number CE 230800802, case address 2541 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner Shawniki Galleria LLC. This case was first heard 11/30/23 to comply by 12/10/23. Two sections complied at $600, $6,400 accrued. City is requesting the full amount.
So, okay, so enter.
Yep. Next case, Inspector Janie Theluzma, case number CE 230200590, case address 6411 Northeast 22nd Avenue, owner 9960 Southwest LLC. This case was first heard 10/26/23 to comply by 11/30/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $9,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So enter.
Next case, page 32, Inspector Edward Easton, case number CE 23080195, case address 1401 Southwest 9th Street, owner Sabrina Judah, This case was first heard 11/30/23 to comply by 125/24. One section not complied at $100 per day, $3,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Wait 1 second. Where? I thought we just did that. Oh, okay, so entered.
Next case, page 34, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23080790, case address 807 Northwest 2nd Avenue, numbers 1 through 3, owner Jackson Foston, LLC. This case was first heard 10/26/23 to comply by 11/5/23 and 11/30/23. One section complied at $100 per day, $1,400 accrued. The city is requesting $534.
So entered.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 230060482, case address 640 Northwest 21st Terrace, owner Joan Lydia Braverman. This case was first heard 10/26/23 to comply by 11/5/23 and 11/30/23. Three sections not complied at $25 per day, $8,075 accrued. One section complied at $25 per day, $650 accrued, for a total of $8,725. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So entered.
Next case, page 39, Inspector Bernstein Steinberg, case number CE 230200868, case address 420 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Salvatore Salomone. This case was first heard 6/13/23 to comply by 7/11/23. Three suspensions noted on the agenda. One section complied at $100 for a total of $1,400. The city is requesting no fines.
So entered.
The city is requesting to enter pages 42 and 43 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Thursday, February 29, 2024.